Back and turn on your camera. Your
Hello,
light.
everyone. Back and turn on your light.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm Stray Marble, and we're playing some D&D. We got Team Widers going on. We got all of our friends here with the Scottish Geek, Selfless Nobody. We got Just Genie, Pack Your Bag, and Sarah, 8866, as well as Vitrit. We're back sooner than last time. We didn't have to wait a month this time. We all got together and we're all hanging out. Leo's hanging out here too. Hey, bud. And yeah, we're going to continue the story where we came from. I'm just going to do a couple quick announcements just to keep you guys up to date on what's going on. We want to try and add some new stuff to the channel. Leo, stop. He's trying to sit in front of my screen. We're going to try and add some emotes to the channel. So if you want to support the channel in any way, shape, or form, a way that is tangible and will absolutely affect the community, you can go support me on Coffee, which, thank you, Vit. It's a direct link. Everything that's raised right now is going to paying for emotes. I want a member of the Widers community who's fantastic at making emotes to make emotes for the channel. So if you are interested, please feel free to donate if you are able. Every little bit helps, so thank you. Other than that, right now I'm just working on a follower goal as well. So if you're not following yet, you're interested in following, feel free to give me a follow if you like what you see. Working on 250 right now. I think when I get to 500, I'll probably do something larger. We'll probably do a celebration of some kind. But I'm just kind of slowly trying to make my way up and grow the channel a little bit. With that, I think we are all set, unless any of you folks have any announcements. Anything?
No announcements.
Okay, cool.
All good here.
All right. So with that, we'll hop back into it. Give me a moment here to switch over our music, and we'll get right back into the game. Pull this up here. Bop. And there. Got that going. All right. So, where we last left off, the party had made their way into Nicodranus and was exploring the coastal city in the jungle for all that it's worth. They had wandered around, meeting new individuals, getting in the sights and scenes of a new tropical environment they were all not used to. They were able to make it through the Wayun Gorge, sneaking their friend Sackman through the gate without being discovered, as apparently he is wanted by the Empire, and making their way to seeing what was available in this new city. While there, they decided against joining into some shady dealings and inadvertently stopped a plot to assault a wizard's tower. And along that time, they also ended up intercepting what could have been a horrible and horrific atrocity, which was an attack on the harbor of Nicodranus by a clan of Sahaugin who had overtaken a pirate ship or a ship as a decoy to make it into the harbor and potentially invade the city. Because they caught it so early, warning the guards and getting defenses up and going, the party was able to defeat the Sahaugin before any major casualties were accrued. And with that, the party is now here, sitting in the aftermath of what was this battle between the Sahaugin. Battered, a little bit bruised, having an encounter that was a bit more visceral than expected. You all look around at the scene before you. A few guards have fallen, a few more are still cleaning up the remaining Sahaugin that are trying to assault and make their way into the city. A few guards have run to find any stragglers. Some guards are moving survivors and getting them to safe cover. And the rest of the party, you are left to your devices at this moment. The shouts of screaming have died down. Battle is starting to conclude around you. And our Tabaxi friend Verlor is toting a arm of one of the Sahaugin. So,
Yeah.
What would you all like to do?
Is there lots to clean up? Is there, without sounding grim, is there loads of those fish people bodies just laying around that we've just killed? It's many of the casualties that
There's a handful of bodies still around. And if you wanted to, you could start picking them up and tossing them back into the sea, which is pretty much what you see a few of the guards that aren't engaged already doing. If you wanted to insist in that, that would be easy enough to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and give the guards a hand, because I imagine there's probably gonna be a bit of a lot of cleanup that we've helped make, but help save some people. So I'm gonna help clean some stuff and clean some bodies away.
Sure, as you do. There are actually quite a few Sahaugin. The ship was pretty loaded with the fact that they had so many there, and while the majority of them were killed by the water elemental that was spawned in the middle of the in the bay, a majority some of them were able to escape and get off onto land, and these are the remainders that you're cleaning up. And so you pick them up and you toss them into the sea and continue on your way. Um, if anyone else would like to join, you are welcome to. If you have any other options, feel free to do so.
I would.
Oh, on you go, Baggins.
I'd like to make myself scarce. Not because I'm a lazy bastard, but there's a lot of guards around, and I would just rather not be here when they're around.
Sure. So, what do you do to make yourself scarce? Do you just kind of like move off the street? Do you hide in an alleyway? What are you thinking?
I'm just gonna kind of walk off away from where all the busyness is, but like maybe somewhere a little bit higher up, so I can at least like keep an eye out.
Sure. And the way it works, like with the city itself, it's kind of on the edge of a decline from the mountaintops as it's still descending over into the beach area. So you're able to like move a little bit farther into the city. Do you want to stay within eyesight of the party? Like where you can.
No, I'll be okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just a little further away.
So you step a little way, a ways away. As you do, and as you're making your way past, a group of guards coming from what you now know as the Opal Archway is making their way past you. There's at least like 4 or 5 of them that have made their way past you and are now heading towards the bay itself. And they don't seem to notice you. So as you go, they make their way to the bay, and the rest of you, who I'm assuming at this point are all close together still, like kind of helping out. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. As you make your way, the guards approach, and one of them addresses you. Hello, you lot. You warned us about this attack and helped us defeat these beasts. Because of this, your presence is being requested. I need you all to follow me immediately.
Who's requesting us?
The Marquis is requesting you.
Shall we?
I'll look round and go, should we tell the sackhead that we are going?
Yeah, where did the sack dude go?
As you say that, one of them looks around and says, there was a report of a 6th member. One with a bag on his head. Have you seen him?
He disappeared?
Can I roll for perception to see if I saw him go away?
Sure, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Ba-ba-da-bum. Nah.
No.
Like a ghost.
No. You were too busy helping out. You were focusing on, picking up the Sahaugin and cleaning up the streets. You did not notice.
I was
Pac-Man.
engrossed in those
Yeah.
fish people.
Yeah, you were too distracted. And Valdent, same with you. You're looking around trying to keep an eye on them, and you don't see them. Verlor does notice him leave and sees the direction he goes in, but as Baggin said, he also like purposely went in a way that he moved out of sight.
Anybody? Oh, Valor, you've been here before. Who is this dude? Who is this gentleman or person or what?
From my handy sheet, I know that there's a person called Zafe.
No, it is Zaf Uladon is the Marquis
That's the one.
of the city.
I know nothing but his name.
You would know that the title of Marquis means he is the essential governor or ruler of the city of Nicodranus.
Like a mayor.
Like a very important mayor.
Okay.
So yes, you do know that that's the case. So as he ushers and the guard motions for you all to follow, do you begin to join? As he says so, the other guards that are with him start to circle you and like kind of corral you together.
I guess we're gonna go.
Feel like we got no
It
choice.
looks like we have no choice.
Okay, so you do. You make your way over through the Restless Wharf into the Opal Archways, which, as we discussed before, is the more wealthy portion of the city. You stop seeing. There's not as many just flat roof buildings and more like steeples and Gothic architecture like you're used to from the Empire. So you make your way through the city streets. Individuals are still talking amongst themselves. There's less commerce going on right now. People are like talking about rumors of like, did you hear what happened? Did you hear? There was an attack. I know. I'd never seen that before. Did you see that thing come out of the water? And so as you do, you all make your way deeper and deeper into the Opal Archways till you reach a large fence. It's made of hardened iron, and beyond the fence you see this massive estate. We're talking gorgeous mansion that is just built into the city. A sprawling lawn with decorated tile work that works its way up to a fountain in the middle, which would receive carriages into this massive 3-story, essentially palace that sits within the middle of the Opal Archways. As you do, one of the guards standing by the gate and nods, and he opens it. You do notice that the guards that picked you up are all Zalezo, but the guards at the gate, one of them is a Zalezo, and the other is a Crown's Guard from the Empire. As the gate opens up, you are ushered into the building. After a few hundred feet, you get to the front doors, and again, another set of guards sitting in front of the front doors sees the other guard approaching, obviously knows exactly what is going on, and opens the door for you as you approach. After a few moments, you are led into a beautiful foyer with art and paintings and busts all around. You are led into a throne room of sorts after a few moments that is sprawling, and it looks like it's an audience chamber where a ruler would sit at like a head chair, and then others would sit along the sides, sort of to join and convene and discuss any matters that are supposed to occur in the city. The guards usher you into like about the middle of the room, and he says, "Right, stay here for a few moments. We'll leave a few guard here, but just wait. The Marquis will be here to address you in a few moments." And with that, the 5 guards pull back to the back of the room, and a few of them stay behind as the one who guided you in leaves the room. So you were left, not necessarily alone in this room for a few moments.
Is there anything about that isn't tied down?
Oh my God.
I mean,
Is there shiny things around?
as far as shiny things, I mean, everything's shiny. There's a large, like, crystal chandelier that sits at the top of the room that's flickering with magical light that lights up the entirety of the room, so it's a lot of reach. But as far as, like, the room itself, you don't see any paintings. This room feels like it's more for utility. It's not really like a here, look at my wealth room. It's more of a let's get down to business kind of room.
Okay.
So you don't really see anything like that.
Any food?
No, there is no food.
That's
Sahaugin
not
arm.
I've got a fish arm if you want it.
Ugh.
Can I like gesture the manky fish arm to
Yes,
Mopo?
you can.
I desperately try to hold in the feeling of vomit that is arriving, and in the most weirdest but yet trying desperately to be polite way, just be like, "I'm good, thank you," and sort of like kind of turn around and try and take some breaths that aren't being infected by.
Wow, more
Fishy
for me
arm.
then, I guess.
Oh, the lore. You're gonna end up with an upset stomach, and I'm not going to be the one cleaning up after you.
It's fine.
Well, you say that now, just wait till later. Poo-poo.
Oh God.
With this happening, after you've been sitting in the chamber for a little while, Baggins or Sackman, you do see them as they pass by, as your party is escorted deeper into the city. What do you do?
I am going to follow at a safe distance.
Okay. Are you going to follow in a stealthy way, where like you're trying to be hidden? Like, what's your plan there?
I mean, I don't know many ways that a big guy like me can sneak, but I guess I'll roll and see if I get lucky.
Go ahead. Let's see what you get.
What should I roll?
Roll stealth check.
Stealth.
Yep.
Oh.
As predicted.
So,
Trip over rocks.
so you're trying to be quiet. You're like, oh, my party's over there. They're not. They're in trouble. What's going on? And you're like peeking around boxes, and you push a crate over on accident. The guards that were with your party are determined to bring them back, but you do draw attention from the crowd around them, and they like look at you like they see you with the sack hiding, like watching these guards. And one walks up and he says, "You okay? Do you need anything?"
Is this one of the guards? One of
No,
the people?
this is one of the commoners.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. No, yeah, it's all fine. Don't worry about it. Just bumped into it.
How are you? I'd be careful spying on the crown guard like that. You can get yourself in trouble.
I'll try and keep it in mind. Thank you.
Right. And he kind of gives you like this eye and kind of wanders away, watching you.
Just trying to get rid of him.
Do you make your way over to the Marquis's palace, where you watch them? Do you follow them all the way over? Do you follow them all the way to the Marquis's palace?
Am I at least like just outside the gate or like near the entrance or something like that?
Pretty much that's where you would lose them. Is you'd get pretty much to the gate where you see them get let in, and at that point, you really aren't sure. You can't get through that gate without being seen, at least not to your knowledge.
Hmm. Is there like maybe a window I could maybe like try and peek through?
So, there are windows, but the buildings, there's like 3 or 4 buildings in this like compound of a fenced-in structure that you could see. You aren't going to be able to reach any of those windows from the gate. The gate itself is maybe 20 feet to the closest building, and that's not even the mansion.
Okay, then I will vote to maybe sit on a bench or something that's nearby where I can still keep the doors in view.
Okay, that works.
Or at least the guards, because if something goes wrong, then maybe they'll move and then I'll be like, I can come help.
Easy enough. Easy enough. And you do notice, like, a few guards have, like, seen you at this point, and none of them are, at least none of the ones in the front gate are, like, clocking you. They're not, like, looking at you and, like, paying too much attention. They're keeping an eye out, but none of them are, like, approaching you or showing you any additional interest. So you can sit down and relax for a few moments, and we'll join the party. The rest of you, after about 10 minutes of waiting, not too long, you hear a large door at the far side of the room where you saw that larger, more prominent chair on the dais, essentially. You hear a door behind it open and close, and after a few moments you see a human individual comes walking in, who is clad in rather colorful, fine silk robes that cover his body in colors of orange and purple. As he enters, he walks over, and he looks to be about maybe close to be his like 60s. He's getting on in age, and he enters in with like a little bit of gray stubble on his face, but still like has like the salt and pepper hair as he sits down on the dais. Looks out at you all, surveys you for a few moments of awkward silence as you are not sure of what's coming next, and he says, "So I hear you lot were involved in the attack that occurred down by the bay. I have a few notions of what might have been going on, but I'd like to hear your side, if you would be so kind."
Being by involved. I don't really like what that's insinuating, good sir.
Well, as the Marquis, I have eyes and ears around the city, and they've told me that several strangers matching your description sans one of you entered the city only a day ago. Those also heard of a rather unfortunate conversation that occurred at the tavern that night. And the last was heard of your group running towards a tower. The tower in the open quay. And shortly after, there was news that there was an attack occurring on the city. As far as what you involved in, or how you are mixed up in this, I'm curious. I have my own thoughts. But again, I would like to hear your side of it, if you would mind elaborating, please.
While your bird's whispers may go far within your city, they do not tell the full story. Yes, we were approached and a conversation was had. We explicitly declined, for that is not the type of people that we choose to be. When going around and exploring the city, having, as you said, only recently arrived here, we saw the gentleman looking awfully shifty and took it upon ourselves with the knowledge that we had of something may not be quite right. And from there, felt that it was our duty to common decency to try and help, having travelled down here as some sort of protection, to then try and do what we could. Does that answer some questions that you may have had whirling around your mind?
Just to add to that, not gonna lie, we did pretty well. Like, let's be honest.
When Bo says that, I just hold up the arm that I'm still vehemently holding on to, and I just sort of wave it at him.
Like, look at that. Like, you don't do that every day now, do you?
Yeah, big fancy pants. Your
I-
little rats are telling you lies. We are the good guys here.
We just
Go ahead.
wanted to save some lives, and that's what we did. Tried to warn the people that needed to be warned, and we fought to help. Simple as that.
I see. And he looks off to his right and says, Yusa, does this seem to track with what you saw as well? And at that moment, an individual appears from nowhere, as if dropping a spell, standing maybe 2 feet from the side of the chair. And an aged-looking elf, about medium height, with sort of silvery blonde hair, appears and looks upon you and says, as far as I can tell, yes, that does seem to track with what I saw from my tower. The fools thought I was not home, and this lot intervened, stopped them from attempting to maybe char the wall itself, and apprehended several, to which one of them I believe you have in custody, Marquis WIldmount. And with that he nods and says, we do indeed. One was recovered, as you had indicated, and my gods have told me that you did warn them of an attack from this boat before it was able to make full dock in the harbor. It appears your story lines up with everything that we've heard, and with that, I would like to offer you a reward. As you said, a duty or a sense of common decency does have its perks in my city, especially when it protects a valued member of our community. He looks over at Yusa, and his words feel a little a little sarcastic, but not quite. And he looks at you and continues, "You are strangers to my city, and yet you put yourselves on the line to save this individual's property, as well as apprehend ne'er-do-wells within our city, and finally, to save several hundreds of its citizens. For that I must thank you. I would not be the Marquis if I was not generous in your reward." And with that he snaps, and a few guards come from a side chamber behind you and bring forward about a medium-sized chest, maybe about a foot in diameter, or a foot in width, and brings it and sets it before you. "Please, accept this as a gentle thank you for your actions." And with that, since you seem to have a sense of what is right and a common duty in the city, you seem capable, I have a request, if you'd be open. It would pay very, very well, more than what you've gotten today, if you're interested.
Why are you asking us? Why can't your guard dudes do it?
My guards are now busy cleaning up what is left of the wharf.
Oh,
There is
okay.
now a
fair.
wrecked ship in the harbor that needs to be disassembled and moved so commerce can continue. Several bodies that need to be moved, as well as the damage that many of the Sahaugin caused to the surrounding restless wharf itself when they landed. So many of them are a bit busy. And if word got to me correctly, you all handled them quite handily, and if I might say, probably better than my guards might handle this assignment that I have.
I'm listening. What does this job entail?
So there is a delegate who is on their way from the Empire. They should be reaching this town hopefully by tomorrow. I will need you, if you are willing, to act as an escort upon their entry in the main gates. Once they enter the city, they are under my care, and I expect to keep them to be safe. You will escort them through the city, through the skew, to the Opal Archways, and to my estate, which you are now intimately aware, or at least know its location. You will bring them to the front gates of the mansion, and as long as they arrive safe and unharmed, you will be rewarded with 100 platinum pieces.
Look over to the rest of the group and down at Murpos and just kind of shrug my shoulders. What do you guys think?
Seems like pretty good deal. The only thing I'm worried about is how many people know this delegate is coming. If it's anything to go by, that shady guy might have a bunch of people looking to, certain delegate, take cash, and then we no get cash.
With the price that it's at, like 100 platinums, like that's ridiculous for an escort. Oh God. Okay, this is a death mission. I'm convinced
I
it's a
want.
death mission.
Who is the delegate? And it makes me curious that you would offer such coinage for someone who you deem to be so in need of protection, when that makes me think, why do they not have their own protection? Or why us? And why such coinage? What have they done? Why do
Or
they need it?
what is the risk? Who's after them?
I understand you have questions. I need to stress the sensitivity of this matter. Before I continue, I would like Jeannie and Murpo, if you could, to give me a persuasion check, either separately or one of you at advantage, if you would.
What do you want to?
Persuading.
I'm happy to do that at advantage with the 20.
Well, it's an either or. So, since Bo rolled, I guess Murpo will
Sorry.
go ahead and roll as well. 10, so 13. With that,
You rolled perception.
did she? Oh, she did.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
did.
Persuasion.
Hold on.
Try that again.
Thank
There
you.
we go. 15. Okay. The 15 was the DC, so you do meet it. He looks at you and says, "The delegate was traveling in secret from the Empire." He looks down and over at Yusa, and looks over to you a lot and says, "The important delegate is Soraya Dwindle, the princess of the Dwindalian Empire. With the coming war and invasions moving deeper into the Dwindalian Empire's west coast, or western border, it was thought that it might be best if she were not present in the Empire. The prince, being a warrior, is staying back to assist with the war front, but she has left for safety, here, in Nicodronis. Now you know her title, and her importance, and since her survival and safety would also ensure the continued alliance between the Clovis Concord and the Dwindalian Empire, it is of the utmost importance that she is kept safe. Now, her travel has been in secret up to now. I was only notified as to make sure I prepared a particular space for her. But as far as I know, no one in the Empire or anyone else here in this room, other than in this room, knows that she is on her way."
Don't know about
What do
you
I-
guys, but I've always wanted to save a princess. That sounds pretty cool. I'm down.
What do I know about her? Would I know anything about that empire or who she is or?
Being from the
You know-
Graying Wildlands, you don't have any real history of what's going on with the Dwindalian Empire, but Valdant, you would. Go ahead and give me a history check if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. My intelligence is small.
14. With a 14, you recall. I like that 0.
Yeah.
So that 14. With that, you recall that the king's line is kind of struggling at the moment. The king values the prince and princess very much, but as the only current heirs to the throne, it has been talk of rumor since they have not produced a child of their own. And the prince isn't necessarily known for his... He's not really a man of planning and careful consideration, and more of a man of action. So seeing him as possible king of the empire, should King Bertrand Wendell pass, is a little concerning. But the princess, to everyone's knowledge, is quite kind and well-loved among many of the individuals in the city.
And I'll just say to the party, I think this would be a worthy task. Protecting her does seem important, especially for the future.
Kind of worried, because, like, is she all on her own? Like, because I get it, like, you're gonna, like, take her to safety in the mansion, but is she all on her own? Does she have no friends to, like, travel with? That sounds really, like, lonely.
To my knowledge, she is in a carriage, a closed carriage, to keep her identity safe. A handmaiden is with her as well,
Oh, thank God.
to watch after her and care for her along the travel, as well as the coachman, who is taking care of the cart.
That's not too bad then. I was getting really worried. I was thinking she's traveled all that way all on her own. But no, she's okay. This is fine. This is fine.
So, do you accept?
I accept to be her shield.
I accept to take your money, fancy pants. Put me down.
All right.
Down.
With that,
Merpos, you don't say no to coin too often.
No, I don't. I know how. I have. I like coin. I like coin a lot.
1,000 platinum.
I like coin a lot, but I would feel more comfortable were we to, rather than say, kind of just be protection, I would want for us to be able to have complete control over the how we go about protecting her. So it's not just about if she has her own like little carriage people and whatnot saying this is the way we're going, you just need to protect the way. I would prefer it where we have a bit more authority to go, if we're going to protect you, this is how we are going to do it in a way that feels comfortable for us.
If we
I'm
do that,
just
we'll need Valor's cooperation. He knows the city. He can help guide us through safe passage easier.
true.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Cat,
I'm with.
the cat knows his way about.
I'm with the team.
I just feel I would feel more comfortable if that no girl, no coin is worth dying for, no matter how vastly large it is.
Would you feel better riding inside the carriage if they agree?
Or I'm not. I'm just. I like control, and so I don't want it to be. I if we're taking the task, I want it to be that if we say this is how we're going to get her into the city, this is how we're going to protect her, that's what we do, not them decreeing this is the way that we're going, because I feel an element of stealth and misdirection may work to our advantage with this, rather than pomp and circumstance.
Yeah, the route that you've given to a Mr. Marquis, like, not being funny, but there's a lot of people in the Skew, the Oval Arch, and yeah, no, that's not gonna fly. I think we should probably have a plan of action, which we'll just do later on. But yeah, that route seems a bit too obvious, so can we just do a thing, since we're just that good?
I would allow, as the protective detail for the delegate, that you could choose the route. Obviously, I would prefer the less time they spend on the roads or streets of my city, the better. So a direct route is preferred, but since you seem to insinuate that one of you is a local, and he looks to you, Verlor, then I would expect that you do your best to keep a safe travel to my home.
I know the best routes. We shall be fine.
Agreed.
Right. With that, Yusa, do you have anything else? Yusa, the elf, the aged elf, looks at you and says, If you find that you have a few moments, make your way to the Tide Peak Tower. I would like to reward you for your bravery. How maybe unnecessary it was. You still protected my property, and that goes a long way. I'm all set. Alright, you are dismissed. Go on. But before you go, may I have your names? He looks to you all, just like, kind of skeptically.
I am Valdant. Pleasure to meet you.
I am
Ambo.
Oh,
Ladies first.
Ambo.
Mapo's Carlin, Xana, Zinx, Gimbal, Dazzletop, but Mapo is fine.
Alright.
And I am
Um,
Dave.
Oh.
Dave.
He is Dave.
I am Dave.
This is Dave.
Make a deception check.
Perception?
Is that
No,
not
wait.
the advantage?
Deception,
Everyone else is
deception.
agreeing?
Deception, okay.
I just place my hand on Chio's shoulder and just give a look like, okay.
He seems seems to nod and accepts it. And our tabaxi friend, who seems to be a local.
My name is not important.
But I'm afraid it is. And I don't like secrets, especially from those I'm paying.
Bear
That's
with
other
me.
Dave.
Dave the second.
Resemblance is striking.
This is my identical twin, Dave-ish.
So what do you tell him?
We call him Dave and Davey just to make life a lot easier.
Big Dave, little Dave, hairy Dave, not hairy Dave, easy peasy.
As a Dave, I've actually been in that situation. It's a thing.
So many Daves.
God Dave.
Verlor, what do you tell him?
We'll just go with Valor because I can't think of something.
Okay.
BC, Big Cat.
So he nods, and with that, he waves his hand forward, and a few of the guards open the door behind you, and one steps up to nod and allows you to go. Remember, there's also a chest on the ground in front of you that none of you have looked at.
Oh no!
Ah.
I have not taken my eyes off that chest. Thank you very much. I'm trying to be polite, but as soon as it is polite enough, I am heading straight over there.
I'll
and having
just
a look
say
at
I
times.
humbly accept the reward, give a bow, and
Can I try
be
and
excused. Then I'll
beat
grab the
Murpo
chest
to the
and
chest?
go.
A race.
It's gonna be a race.
Can I just put my hand on her head and keep her away from it while I take a handful of whatever's in it?
I mean,
And
just
while they're
small.
doing that, I'll just pick it up.
I am like 3
And,
foot
like,
tall.
because
I'm
three
like
you were going
tiny.
for-
I'm like 7 foot.
Because all three of you are going for it, I want all three of you to make a dexterity check for me to see who gets to it first.
Oh,
That's a natural
bloody.
20.
Gee, I wonder who's
Oh
getting
wait,
it.
I did the wrong thing.
Oh.
the wrong thing. Bear with me.
Yeah, dude.
That
Go
makes
ahead and roll a
complete
check.
sense.
Oh,
Oh.
And with
Sorry,
that,
Philo.
the two of you, Merpo and Verlord, attempt to start scrambling over towards the chest. Merpo losing her footing and not quite getting off the ground. Valdant simply bends over and picks the chest up and begins to walk out with the rest of you.
I walk up to Lurpo and Valor and it's like, "Psst, not in front of company."
He always takes the coin.
I just
I
shake
kind
my
of-
head.
I pull myself
walk
off
away.
and kind of bat myself off and look at Bowen because she's so sweet and just I can't really say no to her. I turn around and kind of like do the most pathetic curtsy to the gentleman we've been speaking to and then give her a look as if to go, any better? Okay.
Give like a sly
And-
nod, but I probably really like squint just being like, mm.
While walking, I'll just look inside the chest, see what I can see in there.
All right, as you open
How
the
heavy
chest,
is it?
It's fairly heavy. As you open the chest, you realize it is full to the brim of gold pieces.
Damn.
Moving your hand through it and just judging by the size, you get an estimate that's got to be well over 200 gold in this thing. And that's just a guess.
drinks on you, well done tonight, cheers.
It's 66 for each of us, right?
I mean, it's more than. You don't know the exact amount until you
Oh,
have time to sit
then
down
we'll
and...
count it later and we'll divide it
Yeah.
amongst the party.
Does Sackman get any? He's not even here. We don't have to
Sackman
tell
will
him.
Get some.
As you all start to begin to leave, Sackman, you notice from the outside, watching this going on, you don't see any stirring from the castle, but you do, or from the palace, but you do see an individual in blue robes, very similar to Verlor's blue robes. A human who walks up to the gate and starts talking to one of the guards. After a few moments, he nods and he stands by the front gate and just kind of seems to wait there patiently.
So he's standing closer to where the guards are then.
Yeah, he's like standing like a few feet away, just like kind of giving them a little space, but right by the gate.
Okay. I am gonna stay put, but I am also gonna keep an eye on him. Actually, can I do a perception check to see if I notice anything about him?
Yeah, go for it. Give me a perception check. 20 perception. Well done. So yeah, absolutely. You take a look at him and you see the individual itself is a human male with tanner skin, and they're like middle age, about auburn hair. They've got a short beard on their face, and from this distance with that 20, you do notice they have like brown eyes, kind of like the beard is like sort of like a goatee, and they're rather short, like about 4 foot, 4'11", and they seem to have a piercing over their left eyebrow. The clothes themselves are nicer blue robes than what Verlor usually wears, and they have sort of like a silver, like, belt, sort of like a fabric belt that wraps around their waist. But it does give you very similar vibes to kind of how Verlor kind of dresses.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep where I am, but I will be keeping an eye on that guy as well.
Alright. So as the party, escorted by only 2 guards this time, simply just guiding you at this point, not really corralling you like they were before, leads you out of the palace, back onto the palace grounds, and towards the palace gate. As you all approach, it's pretty plain to see. You see the 2 guards. You see Sackman sitting on a bench across the way from the gate. And you also see the blue-robed individual standing by the gate as well. As you start to approach, the individual kind of like notices you coming out and starts to like kind of crane his neck to get a better look at the lot of you as you start to make your way over. After a few moments, you cross the yard, the gate is opened, and you are left out of the palace. And the individual approaches without skipping a beat or waiting. Immediately, he sees a lot of you, but he immediately sees Verlor and looks at you and says, Verlor? From the Cobalt Soul, correct?
That'd be me, yes.
I've been looking for you for a few days now. I was told by the Order that you'd be here soon. When I heard what happened by the Bay and of the Tabaxi who was handling some of the Sahaugin, I hoped it might be you. So, I'm your contact here. I was the one who has been investigating the anomaly out in the jungle that you have been sent to investigate.
Indeed, indeed. I've been preoccupied by other things, but I have been thinking of you.
Okay, good. My name is Carrick, and I, as you can see, am a member of the Cobalt Soul. If you wouldn't mind, we must hurry and start this investigation as soon as possible. If you wouldn't mind following me, we can get ready.
Of course, of course. So, I sort of nod to the rest of the party and start to follow him.
Does the party also start to follow?
We are carrying around a really big, heavy chest.
Yeah.
I am quite up for taking the chest back to the tavern and distributing the wealth equally.
And it will be equal.
I run up to Valor just before he kind of like toddles off with this guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big Cat, you got everything under control here? Do you need help, or Little Miss is talking about going back to the tavern and taking a few shots, I think.
Make sure she does not spend my bit. But
So
I will
you're
be
okay
fine.
on your own. Gotcha. Guys, he's fine. Let's go for a drink. Just run back to them.
As you
Oh,
say
that's
that,
nice.
and he sees you all leaving, he looks to Verlor and says, Are you sure you want them to go? They may need their help.
I can always contact them again if I need their help.
Okay. Alright.
Okay.
You might want to touch base before we leave, but okay. And so with that, the party, you all make your way out, and on your own, as Verlor and Carrick start to make their way farther into the city. As you
Below,
do-
where will your location be? Sorry.
Yeah,
Can we get it?
you don't know where his location is.
Where are we headed? Can I ask that too? Is it Carrick?
Yep, Carrick. He looks at you and
Yeah.
says, Well, we're probably gonna stop by a general store for a few moments, and then I'd just like to kind of debrief you on what's going on, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course, of course. So, I don't know what to tell the party then. Where
Can
am I
you
gonna be?
Stop back at the
Well-
tavern after you get the information. That way, if you do need help, we can know exactly where you're going.
Okay,
Good
that's fair
thinking.
enough.
Okay. So with that, the individual Carrick takes you farther into the city itself and brings you over to, I believe, he takes you into the skew, and he takes you over to the Velvet Jug, where he
Right.
sits you down and starts to have a conversation with you. So, been here for probably the better part of a couple of weeks now. There were some people that have been going out into the woods, into the jungle, to investigate some rumors of some city of some kind that I guess had been lost for a long time. And for a while it was fine. People go lost in the city all the time. But one in particular went missing in an area that we weren't quite expecting to be dangerous. It's well trafficked, it's usually not so bad. And suddenly they didn't come back. Their expedition was never heard from. So I went to investigate. I was paid to see what might have happened to them, and I noticed something peculiar. After making my way deeper into the jungle, a few of my magical items that I had on my person stopped functioning altogether. Like, just nothing. My compass that I used, my lantern, my scrolls of sending to contact the Cobalt Soul seemed inert. Nothing seemed to work. I investigated a little further, wandering a bit in the area to try and find maybe what's the source of what this anti-magic anomaly is. And I found a temple. A very old temple, just long overgrown and disrepair. But I noticed foot traffic. Now I haven't gone in. I fear what might be inside, since I've seen foot traffic nearby, that something or someone has taken up residence in this temple.
Okay. Do I know anything that could stop magical items from working?
Give me an Arcana check.
Mm.
20.
Oh.
Damn.
There was record from Exandria. There are different spells that can stop magical effects. Like beholders have an ability where they can look at you and whatever is within their gaze, magical items stop working. But with that 20, you do recall that about 25 years ago, word started to spread, at least to your organization, that in Exandria, in essence, actually specifically in Whitestone, that there was a sort of, it was called a portal or a siphon, and within a certain radius of the siphon, everything magical became inert.
Right.
Um,
So,
the details of what that led to or what was causing it are a bit messy. There's rumors that it was feeding a demigod. There's rumors that it was merely destroying everything that was there. You don't have concrete details.
okay, so not enough information to base off.
No.
Okay. Still, is there anything else that Carrick can tell me about the area?
Well, the travel there is about 2 days. It's thick jungle, so it's slow going, but we'd be able to make it there, and with at least your friend's assistance, we should be able to make good time, take on whatever hazards might be in the way, and investigate this temple. Like I said, with the foot traffic, I wasn't willing to go in alone, and if I'm being honest, I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable being just the two of us either. I know it's Cobalt Soul
Understandable.
business, but some help, and especially if you have brought friends that you trust, we should investigate together if possible.
Okay. I think it's smart that we, or at least I, go back to the tavern they're staying at and try and find them before they get too pissed.
Right. I would like to try and do this as soon as possible. When do you feel like we might be able to leave?
When is the princess we're meant to be guarding coming?
You know that she is coming tomorrow.
Okay, so it'll have to be after that then. Okay, so it may be a couple of days because we have other things to do, but we will try and get there as soon as possible.
All right. Okay. Fine then. I'll gather supplies and I'll wait here at the Velvet Jug. Feel free to meet me after tomorrow, I guess. He's looking a little disappointed, like he wanted to get this done and taken care of, as it kind of makes him a little nervous. But he nods and doesn't really fight you on it, and allows you to take what time you need for the time being.
Okay, at least I know what I'm doing now. Okay, so if that's everything he's got to tell me, I want to head back to. I think they're staying on the Restless Wharf, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I want to head back there and tell them what's going on.
All right. So he nods and says goodbye, and you make your way out of the Velvet Jug or to the Shady Tankard. The rest of you all make your way over to the Shady Tankard that you have made yourselves familiar with over on the Restless Wharf. And what do you do?
I feel like we should fill Sackman in and what was discussed in the building and the mission and everything.
I also wanted to talk to Sackman about that. Since he wasn't present, maybe he should stay in the shadows while we're guarding as an unseen factor, especially since, the person's Imperial.
I think we should start planning how we're going to get the princess in. Considering we got what I asked for and the fact that we can be a bit more cloak and dagger about it rather than it just be protection. It's all about getting her to where she needs to be. Let's start seeing what plan we can come up with together before we inevitably start drinking to celebrate our winnings.
I feel like, because we don't know the area that much, I don't think it's right for us to make a plan, because we need to have a route in mind. A safe route in mind, and Valor knows.
Not necessarily about routing or routing. I never know which word is right. But more from a point of view of, well, are we just going to let them do the path that they want to and it be direct and we do similar to what we did with the convoy? Or whether we do... The only reason why I say this is I watched SWAT recently. And the plan that they had was they made it look like she was still going down, but actually they took the bad guy round the other way. And so I thought that could be something that's quite interesting. Let the carriage go through, but actually she's not inside it and take her through the back routes.
I was thinking we could disguise her.
Mm?
I don't know if it helps, but I can speak Dwarven. And she's a princess of the Dwendalian Empire, so I assume my mother tongue could be Dwarvish. Probably not. I'm just throwing stuff out.
She's not.
I just think let's throw ideas out and see what ideas people have got and start making not firm plans, but let's at least try and get something going.
I
How
like the
about-
idea of a decoy.
How about I dress up like princess? She's been traveling for a couple of weeks. I'm sure she has plenty change of clothes. All I need is some of her clothes. I dress myself up. I keep the carriage window open so people can see me. Maybe even get little handkerchief, as if to say hello to the commoners. Because big distraction, and then you, with Valor's help, and get her in the back door.
Mm-hmm.
I could put on a very
Kinda
posh
sounds like we're
voice.
getting unneeded attention doing it that way.
How else would you do it then?
Well, we don't have to bring attention, but we can still do it that way, just not draw attention to ourselves.
No, you not draw attention to yourselves. I draw attention to myself as the princess.
Sounds good
Mhm.
until you have 6 people after you.
Ugh, it's fine. I can take care of myself. I'm Master Sneaky Sneak. I just whoosh, out of there any bother, no problem.
What about a handmaiden and a carriage man?
I have planned for that too. You see those guys over there? I bet you we could, make them some offer, and they could pretend to be handmaiden, pretend to be guard, and no problem. We just buy some people too.
Giving more people information on this than necessary, including talking right here about this, is probably a bad idea.
And we just
Could
don't
we not
tell?
be? Could we not be handmaiden? So Boa could be handmaiden, and Valdant could be coachman, and
Then
then
I'd only leave 2 people to look after Princess, real Princess.
3.
three.
3?
Got
Three?
Merpos,
Sackman.
Verlor, and Sackman
Lord
hiding
definitely
behind
be-
in the shadows, kind of.
Yeah.
Valor would need to
I
go
mean-
with the princess because he would know all the back alleys to take her.
And
Yep.
he's good at hand-to-hand combat.
Monks. are also-
Sackman needs to keep a low profile, so he could still help the princess, but be more shifty.
I'd suggest
And-
maybe stick him right next to her.
And then
He's
For a
not
piggyback
very
guy.
sneaky.
Well,
And
that
then-
and just in case shit goes south.
and
Stay within
then
your running distance.
I think this could work. We can make, as Dave says, we can make the sneaky work.
I suggest that our routes don't be too far apart from each other, though.
No, but it just needs to be. It just needs to be.
Far enough away.
Yeah. Like
Far
far
enough
enough away,
away,
but not too far. You
Mm.
don't want to be going round the houses, so to speak. But you just don't. I just feel uncomfortable having a big, expensive, shiny target. It's like, let's get her out of it and shift her somewhere else.
I'm fine with the plan. I'm just saying if they happen to discover our plan and what's going on, as I said, we're talking in a bar with people around, you'd want us who can fight along with you to be close enough to get there in time.
How
Well, then
about
do we not-
have signal for if stuff goes wrong, like caca, or like, I don't know. You can do the pew pew little miss in the sky and big explosion, people see it, and then we know to go running and help.
That could be a good idea.
We
We
have
could
secret
also-
handshake.
Also, we don't have to do them at the same time. We can try and move her slightly beforehand, so they get a head start, or whatnot. So they are far enough ahead. So even if our plan is discovered, and they realise that the princess is actually Dave, that she's already well ahead, if not already there. And we just make. I like the idea of making a bit more of a pomp and circumstance of whatnot. I don't know. I feel we're onto something. It just needs ironing out.
Right? I like it.
Mhm.
I also feel like, on one hand, us in the carriage don't want to draw attention to ourselves, but I feel like we kind of have to. So then all the focus is on us, and then no one's thinking about, what's that sack guy doing with this lass? Like, no, they're just focused on the carriage, and then it's making loads of, I don't know. I was going to
Doesn't
make
have
loads
to-
of noise, but it sounded so bad.
It doesn't have to be like Aladdin's entrance into Agrabah, where it's like full on. But if we try and make it so that the carriage and there is protection around it, and make it look like maybe actually don't have anybody in the carriage and still have the doors open, stuff like that, and have 3 of us round it, so we can still make it look like, hey, there's someone important in here, but hey, we're protecting it back off. So there's still an element of distraction, as I said, and if we let the other guys go a smidgen early, then
May I speak up before we tie everything down in concrete or plans?
Hmm?
Can we just go to a room to finish talking about this?
I thought we were already in a room.
Thought we were in the bar.
You have been talking in a bar.
Shit.
Yes. Let's go into a private room that we've rented, please.
Okay, let's go.
Am I there yet, or have I not arrived?
You had to go all the way into the skew from the overlarge race, and then after like a short conversation, you're on your way back. So we'll say it's gonna take you at least like maybe another like 10 minutes of walking to get across the city to the rest
Okay,
of the
I'm
floor.
not there yet.
So you're not
We'll
quite
be-
there. You're a few minutes
We'll
out.
let the bartender know that like when he
How-
comes in to send him up to our room.
How busy is the bar?
The bar itself is actually it's for what has happened because the attack that occurred was pretty much in the morning. You had a bit of a walk to the palace, a talk there. We're hitting maybe like noonish, so like people are maybe coming in for like a lunch or like an afternoon drink. So it's a little busy, but it's not like crazy. You look around the bar and you don't. No one necessarily stands out to you. It seems like just a common rabble, some sailors. Gerard is still there. The halfling with scars on his face is still setting up beers and giving people ale as they need. And you ask him for a room, and he says, "All right, yep, it'll be easy enough. It'll be about you're all sharing one room. It's a bit. I mean, I'm not going to judge, but
We just
No,
need
more
one
of
room
a-
for now.
No, not a room to sleep. More
Oh.
of like a occasion room.
oh, you just want
A
some
function
some
room.
privacy. Ah, yeah.
Aye.
It's my birthday.
Your birthday.
Happy birthday to Dave. Happy birthday to Dave.
I'll start clapping.
Yeah.
Well, we don't. The occasion room is under construction right now, but I have the rooms upstairs. You can just take one of the. I'll give you one of the larger bedrooms. How'd that?
Sounds
Sounds good.
That'll go for about 5 silver.
Aye, that's
got it.
fine.
Do you
Can we
have
get a
any-
round
5
of
silver.
a round of finest ale that you have to celebrate Dave's birthday?
Of course.
I would like some more of that wine from last night. It was really delicious.
Right. So 1, 2, 3, 4 ales, and you want the elven wine,
Oh, can I have the wine as well, please?
right? 3 ales and a wine.
I'll pass on ale and Dave. I'm sure you're not in the mood to drink today.
No.
All right. So 1 ale and 2 wines.
Birthday
Okay.
cake.
Birthday cake? Oh, birthday cake.
Oh.
Let me.
Or pie? Do you have pie?
Pie.
Hi.
I got a meat pie. I can get you a meat pie. Is that close?
Meat pie. We will take meat pie.
Okay.
Oh, meat
Big
pie.
fancy.
Dave's favorite.
Birthday meat pie. So easy enough. Like it's a silver for the ale, and he, like for the elven wine, he does reach under the countertop and pulls out another bottle. This one's in nicer condition. So it is cost like 2 gold for the actual bottle itself. 'Cause
I'll pay.
Now you got it last night. I'm getting it.
Okay.
All right. So he puts the bottle down with 2 glasses. It's all right. Enjoy the room. Have a good night. If you need anything, just let me know. Okay.
Thanks.
Grand. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So you make your way upstairs. As you do, I want to check something here real quick. Don't mind me. Checking everyone's stats real quick. Want to see something here? Okay. Nope. All right. Checking Bo here real quick. Just want to see something. Let me say, oh, you were not on the page I wanted you to be. Sorry, gonna change that real quick. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, it's a behind the scenes view.
Yeah.
Ooh.
See the character sheets that I can click on now. I have access to all of your information.
Oh, no.
Oh dear.
Oh, no.
Phenomenal cosmic power. In itty-bitty living space.
As you all go, I'm not done yet, but I have a feeling I have one answer at least. Okay, and lastly, number lore. You're not there, but I'm gonna look at it anyway. 'Cause I'm on mouse. Okay, so as you all start to make your way upstairs, Merpo, you see
Yes.
it. Just out of the corner of your eye. You have your passive perception was high enough where you notice that as you're leaving and heading upstairs, that an individual on the far side of the room, a human, who's kind of just been drinking and quietly minding his business, seems to be watching you all as you leave.
Okay. I'm just gonna let everybody sort of move until we get into the room.
Mm-hmm.
Is everybody in the room now?
Yeah, you've all made it up to the room. It's a nice large room with an actually really nice bed. It's like one of it's their suite, so to speak.
Honeymoon suite.
Yeah. It's a honeymoon
Guys. So, I noticed something downstairs. There was a guy looked really sort of basic and plain. Didn't really stand out, but he did nothing but look at us. So, I want to see why he's looking at us. So I'm gonna go downstairs and talk to Handy Barman and just make out that we're gonna carry on with the whole birthday facade. And I'm gonna try and sneak up on Sneaky Man and see what he wants. Anybody got any problem with that?
You do you, my dude.
Cool.
Just be careful.
I will. I always am careful. I always manage to wriggle out of a tight snag if I need to.
Alright. So the rest of you all sit in the room. After a few moments, some time has passed. Verlor, you're just coming in the door now as you see Merpo coming down the stairs, making her way over to the barman. Feel free to continue from there.
So is this guy sat? Where is he sat?
Actually, when you hit the base of the stairs and look around for him, he's gone.
Right, okay. Go up to the. I'm gonna go up to the barman, and go, hey.
Yeah.
So, human dude in the. Where was he sat?
He was like in the corner of the room. He was actually maybe like 1 or 2 tables away from you. Like he was pretty close. Definitely within earshot.
Guy who was sat like behind us, like human, very sort of human looking. You didn't happen to see where he went, did you?
Why, how much are you willing to pay for the information?
I'm willing not to put my dagger in your back.
Make an intimidation check.
This gnome.
Fuck.
Oh.
It was going so well.
You're
Oh,
you're
no.
you're just like a little bit shorter than him, so the theatrics of you climbing up onto the bar stool to like have this conversation and try and be intimidating was maybe soiled a little bit before it started. So he nods and goes, "Yeah, okay. I take coin and not threats."
Okay, worth a shot. I thought I'd try. I'm
Can I
still
intercept?
Yeah, at this point you probably make your way over.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk over to the bar and ask Merpo what the actual Christ she's doing.
I am.
Because I've seen this and it's bizarre.
Yes. So while I'm kind of like giving the kitty the look as if to just go with this.
Mm-hmm.
I need some information, and this gentleman is trying to blackmail coin out of me, which I feel is just indecent, and was just making him aware that bribery is frowned upon, and that I was about to say that I have a lovely friend who doesn't take kindly when their friends are made to pay for something as simple as just knowing where somebody went. Trying desperately to crawl out of my lack of intimidation hole.
You say this, and he kind of like softens, and now you realize now like this halfling is probably fairly old, and the scars on his face are long healed, and you realize that he's maybe been around the block many a time. And he looks at you and says, "Miss, you know where you are. This is the Restless Wharf. And Nicodranus. Coin is worth everything."
I'm just gonna pat Merpo on the back and turn around to her and ask what this guy looked like, and did I see him leave the bar as I was walking in?
With that, because of your passive perception, Mervo, you described humanish with like a hood. You did. You watched him walk out of the bar and start walking down the street.
How far did I see him go? I know what direction he went, obviously.
Yeah, by the time you like got to the door, you maybe saw him make his way like 40 feet away from the establishment, heading like straight the opposite direction that you were coming from.
Okay. So I'm gonna be like, let me handle this, Mapo. You go back up. Go back upstairs. Go on. I'm sure there's coin up there that you want or something.
I kind of in a very kind of like childish tantrum sort of way, kind of like, and kind of swing myself off the bar stool because my legs are like swinging off it, and kind of just like in a very sort of tried something new, and again it didn't go well because I have a problem with being able to tell people, and kind of pout and just sort of like and make my way back upstairs as if like a toddler realizing that they've not got their way.
So before we get to the party discussion about what the plan is going to be upstairs, Verlor, what are you planning to do?
Basically turn to the barman and be like, she is new in the city. She does not know.
No, she doesn't.
And I get out like a couple of silver pieces and put them under my claws and say, do you know who this person was?
Reaches out, grabs the coin, says, never seen him before in my life. Have not a clue who he is. No idea where he went.
Is he telling the truth? Do I know if he's telling the truth?
Make an insight check.
Ooh, nice.
19.
Damn.
He is being completely honest. He has absolutely no clue who this man was. He's never seen him before, and he has no idea where he went off to.
Okay. I need a quick coffee and then I'm up to the room.
All right, I can do that. And he starts pouring you a drink. How many coins did you give him?
2 silver.
Yeah, that's
So,
enough. He would have given
get
that
rid
for
of
that. So he pours you a cup of coffee, and then you make your way out.
Nice.
Um,
I want to share that he had no idea and he was being honest to the rest of the group, but I saw him go that way.
Easy enough. Easy enough. So you've all reconvened now as a full party. What do you start to do? How do you plan for tomorrow's event?
Suddenly
Well-
found myself having no interest in the conversation and just sort of sitting there, just being like, whatever.
Did anyone find out what time the princess was like getting here for?
I'm glad we didn't discuss that down there. Somebody was watching us.
It made it sound like she was gonna be there probably early in the morning.
Would it be... Because I kind of want to go to the shops first. Yeah, so I don't know if it's probably a good idea to go now. Or what time do the shops open? What time do they close, actually?
Well, it's only like noon right now, so you gather you
Oh,
probably have
like
plenty of
fine.
time to do it today after your conversation if you wanted
yeah,
to.
you'd be fine. I'm good.
One question I have is how much are we getting paid for this?
A lot.
100 platinum.
I'm in.
Which for those
Okay,
who don't
so-
know, is 1,000 gold pieces.
So a little bit of complications now. One, somebody may have heard our plan, and we've got to figure out how to deal with that. Also, we're replacing 3 people in the carriage, which means you'll have to escort 3 people through a side street. into
So
the house.
now that somebody has potentially heard our plan, why not do something different?
We're gonna have to
the
now,
old
aren't we?
double cross, I like it.
Yes, the old double bluff.
So we just have the carriage go through.
Empty.
Okay.
So if we do it empty, and then we could put like not like a dangerous bomb on it, but like a one like a stink bomb or something. So if someone tries to be naughty and open it up, they just got a face full of like farts or something, and they go,
Who
"Oh God! Oh
carries
God!
a
oh,
stink
it's
bomb?"
horrible."
I mean,
Sure,
just
we can
get,
find one in the city.
just,
Oh, what
just
is
get
the point?
Valor to do his cat litter in there, no problem. Especially after eating that arm, it'll be terribly stunk.
Dear Geo.
I will put Chio's head in this carriage if he doesn't shut up.
I'd like to see you try and remove my head, big cat. It's very stuck on there, believe me. You could say it was welded.
Dear God, what is wrong with you people?
Oh, God has nothing to do with me, believe me.
What if we just disguise them as commoners and walk them
Oh,
through
getting
while the
to
carriage
that.
goes through?
I was getting to that, but we've got the problem of the carriage. And if we get the carriage to do its thing, and then someone might want to open it, if we just leave it unattended with like a booby trap in it, then
I will drive the carriage through, and the rest
with
of
the
you
booby
escort
trap.
with the booby
You got your
trap.
license?
Yes,
Got a license for that.
I will
Is there such a
somehow
thing as
manage.
licenses?
Probably
Licenses to drive carriages?
Oh, if I can drive one, let me see.
Oh,
Animal handling, what
Is there such a thing as skill for driving carriages?
There's a
I
skill for
can
driving
study
carriages,
tonight.
but there's not like a thing. Like there's not a
Right.
What's what I'm looking for? There's not like a certification. It's not like a
No, fair enough.
DMV of the menagerie.
I need to get
Yeah,
the
you-
DVLA involved then.
You don't get your license and your likeness drawn on a bit of papyrus. To be like,
Why
"Here you
not?
go."
Oh,
dear.
I still like the idea of like putting something in the carriage.
We can put the fish arm in there. It's gonna be really smelly at this point, so
Oh yes.
just
You're
stick
okay
the
with
fish
the
arm on
It
it.
is starting to get.
Do we
rough.
not want to be? Do we not want to be careful though? Of while I am all up for ponging it out, sounds
Sorry.
great. We do not want to make it smell too much because people will be thinking, this is a princess. Let's not ruin her reputation that badly by making everybody think she smells.
She's been on the road for a
Maybe-
few weeks.
Maybe
My question is, why do we need a stink bomb? Period.
Oh, fun of
In
it.
case
Why
someone
not?
opens it, like someone's like, oh, I'm gonna go in that carriage and like steal whoever's in there, and they open it up, and it's like, oh no, my nose is.
And that's going to stop them from doing what next?
It'll teach them to stop doing it next time. Teach them a lesson.
Yes, I'm sure a hardened murderer is going to stop from a little bit of smell.
You would be
I'll just
surprised.
melt that arm.
I think instead of a stink bomb, I mean, Valdont's
the
gonna be going in alone with two other people who are assumedly not going to be able to fight. So maybe it should be a smoke bomb to maybe give them a chance to get away.
The carriage was going to be empty, so they'll
Carriage
be
is empty
walking with you, dressed as commoners. The actual coachman and the handmaid, what's it?
Yeah.
It's going to be dressed as commoners along with the princess. I can drive an empty carriage with the stink bomb. And if need be, I'll be able to get away quickly. Don't worry.
How well known is the princess's face?
As far as you might guess, in the Empire, very. In this part of the Menagerie Coast, mildly. Like, this is like a pretty major hub as far as like transitioning of like peoples from like people vacation at Nicodranas. This is like, they call it the escape. This is literally like where you go when you're like, oh, I'm gonna go like to Florida, and you go to like Nicodranas to like hang out, like go on
Should
vacation.
actually as well. I'm just thinking. I guess should I
I
get
have a
paid
disguise
like in
kit.
our 20s or?
Nice kit.
Disguise kit.
That could help.
Disguise kit.
How long does it take to put on a disguise kit?
I'm just thinking, can we not just buy her a
An outfit? And
Yes.
smear some mud on her
Eh,
face?
like a big
Sure, the
cloak.
princess will be fine with that if we get
Yeah,
some
she'll
mud
love
off the
it.
street and just smear it on her.
I'm
Well,
sure
that's what I'm
she'll be
thinking,
happier
rather
with
than-
that than dead.
Do
Rather
you not
than
think that she'll be quite peeved when she gets there? Don't you think we're gonna like not
It
get a reward if we
washes
get there?
off
She's a princess.
You're gonna have her
People
dressed in
are
a
looking
gown,
for
walking through the city, trying to protect her.
No. I
We
still
not
need
just
to
get
get
her
rid
a
of this arm.
Do we not just get her a big overall and then a big cloak with the
She can borrow
hood
mine.
thing?
I'm sweating in this. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm dressed for the winter.
True.
You should really get some summer clothes.
Hence why I want to go shopping. I should have bought
Okay.
my cloak. It's big and it's grey.
So, plan so far. Number 1, we pick a princess in the morning. Number 2, we disguise princess in the morning. Number 3, Valdant, you take carriage about 10 minutes early, then you parade her or not parade her, however you want to do it, through the city. And then number, what is that, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, we set off about 10 minutes later, so there is little time delay with disguised princess, disguised bodyguard or whatever he is, and disguised handmaiden. And number 5, we have secret, oh shit, come and help me, stuff is going wrong signal, whether it be, a pew pew up in the sky or a caca or something. And also, if you want to put stink bomb in carriage, then you put stink bomb in carriage. Sound good?
Carriage. So
Yes.
Belgium with the carriage.
Yes.
Valdant
We
in
need to
carriage?
decide. We need to decide who's going where because we can't have Valdant on his own because it will look weird.
Can go with Valdant, I don't mind.
It will
I
look
want to
okay
be
because the
Princess Div.
carriage is already closed. You can't see inside. They'll assume
No, but
the
I'm-
handmaiden.
No, I'm not suggesting that we go from a disguise with them point of view. I'm going from a point of view of people might now recognize your face for what we did this morning. For you to be doing that on your own, people are going to be like, where are the rest of them? So do we not need to have a couple of us going with you? As in, like, look, we are protecting these because it's going to look a bit odd on your own. All it takes is one person to go, hold on, he's the dude from yesterday morning. Why is he on his own? Ooh, shifty, looks dodgy. Ooh.
I'll
You
cover
can
up
go
with
with
my cloak.
Valdant. It's okay. I'll come with you, Valdant. It's no bother.
Goes to
So
the
who
ice
else is-
man.
I mean that problem is going to apply with the other 5 people escorting 3 commoners.
Yes,
They're
but
going to
then
recognize you.
not necessarily because we can disguise. Everybody can be disguised in that party, and then it just looks like a group of people going together. So I think we have maybe 2 people with the princess. Maybe our best. Well, one has to be Valor, and then Sackman. So our 2 beefy boys, for lack of a better word, who are probably better in close combat, and then the rest of us sort of go, or maybe have one person sort of shifting between. Actually, hold on. Does somebody? Oh, I might be getting confused with different. Does someone not have the ability to turn somebody invisible?
That's a different campaign.
Oh, is that the other campaign? Bugger.
So
Poe.
We are
I-
level 3.
And
I
literally,
normally-
they're all like molding into
Murpho,
one.
so normally I walk around covered in my hood because I like to hide my identity. It draws a little too much attention. For my own personal reasons, I can just wear my cloak and have it covering most of my face. Or we can stop maybe at an armorer and I could try to get a helmet and put that on instead.
I'm just trying, mate. I'm just trying.
I'm just saying I can disguise myself as a coach and just drive through while the rest of you escort. And trust me, if I need to get away, I can get away into you quickly.
And Valdant will be okay by himself then.
If you say so.
I assure you, I'll be fine.
I'm not happy with it, but if that's what the rest of the party wants to do, then fine. Okay.
So we've got Valdant and Chio Dave together. We've got Valor, Sack Dude together with the princess. And then it's me and you, Merpo, chilling with the handmaiden and the coach, I guess. Is that right?
So we're gonna split up into 3 different places, or
No, I think we just need to go with one or the other. We need to decide if we're staying with the coach or if we are chilling.
Label's complicated thing. So where's the handmaiden and the coach going? Sorry, are they going to be with
They're
the
going with
princess?
the princess.
Right.
That would be the first.
so you 4 go with the princess, coach, and handmaiden. Dave and I, Geo, are with the carriage.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll go to the shops. And do I still want the stink bomb? The smoke bomb?
Let's get one anyway.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Smoke would be better than stink.
Yeah, both.
What about a stinky smoke?
Both. Green
for it.
smoke.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. So yeah,
Mhm.
so I need to
Alright.
go get my thing. So yeah, we'll do that.
It's a plan-ish thing. Let's go to the shops then. And
Let's wing it.
get some supplies.
All right.
Oh, shopping.
You have a tentative plan, and you will be able to enact it in the morning, so you are free to go about and get your supplies for the day. Verlor, you know the shops in the area and where might be the best to take them.
Let me have a quick look.
Yeah, feel free.
Oh, first, how much gold did we get? Can we count that so
Yeah.
we know
Oh yeah.
what we
You-
have?
You take some time to actually open the chest and look into what you have, and you notice that there.
Yeah, we got gold.
You have 5.
Oh, we
Yeah,
told you.
we got
Yeah, we
paid.
fell Jen.
We need to go see High and Mighty in his tower. He said he could give us some stuff.
Oh God.
Leave it to you not to forget the reward.
Full schedules here.
So you.
All right.
You
None
get.
of
so
us are
busy.
in.
So counting the gold, you count out to 500 gold pieces.
Whee!
Bloody
100
hell.
each.
All right, so we each get 83. There's 6 of us.
There's 6 of us.
Oh, 83. So
Pleasure.
learn
83.
And one person gets 84.
Who wants that extra?
I
gold
don't
piece?
want to have the extra piece because I don't want to fight.
One bit of gold ain't gonna make a difference.
Should we put that in?
I'm quite happy to volunteer for that extra gold coin.
No. What we could do is so we've
It's
all
my
got our
birthday.
own.
I think I should
I think
get it.
tallest gets it.
Why don't we have like a little kitty for like all of us so that if we want to buy food and drinks and stuff, we can go into the group kitty and
Party fund.
Good
make
idea,
it
yeah.
nice and fair.
So I'll hold on to it. As
Who
the most
said that was a good
trustworthy.
idea? Okay, you can hold on to it. This is fine.
Well, 2 of them are fighting over the gold. Sackman doesn't seem
Fighting.
interested.
We're not fighting.
Yeah, I'm
we
good.
are having a lively discussion. Thank you. There is a distinct difference.
Right. Lively discussion. Just throw this in the pack.
Yeah, a group kitty
One.
sounds good.
Gold piece for the party.
There we go.
In fact, could we keep the chest and just put it in there?
You could.
Oh, I've got a
Sure.
communal chest. Oh,
Free chest.
Community chest.
A massive
One
chest.
community
and
chest for
one
a
piece of
gold piece.
The chest like a,
Lovely.
like a foot thick by like 5 inches tall. Like, there's a one little coin in there. We're almost rich, guys.
So,
Well-
okay, about shopping, what do you guys want to get?
I would like to go to an armorer if possible.
Verlor,
There's a
as
blacksmith
heads up,
in.
Verlor, real quick, just the heads up.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily know what they're all selling. You just know.
Okay, I'll just get rid of that. I
Ignore
just
that
know what they
bit.
are. Yeah, no, that's fine. There's a blacksmith up the road, in the Restless Wharf. So,
Clothes shop.
I have a
Clothes shop
mundane
that's-
shop.
Clothes shop that's on the cheaper end.
Okay, there might be something in the skew. Bear with me.
There's also
I
I'm
have
just
my
thinking
hand
if we're gonna
open
if
quay as well.
if we're gonna put the princess in a disguise as a commoner, clothes need to look the part.
Also, I need a components pouch, because I need it for components for my spells and stuff, and I realize I don't actually have one. I've been relying too much on my water skin for my water spells, and now I'm like, oh, can't use it for this one.
There's an arcane shop in the open quay
Yep, the open quay.
that might have what you want. So it depends where you want to go first. Are we going together, or are you all going apart, or?
Might
I'd like-
do it quicker if we're split up. To be fair.
Well, I also
It's
wanted to
okay if we
go
together,
to
Don't worry.
Also wanted to go to the clothing place as well myself.
You need a new sack.
Kinda, yeah.
We can just grab one off the back of a lorry, just pull the potatoes out. Or a carriage, not a lorry.
Could we, like,
A lorry.
Can we draw eyes on it? Like, it's just like, I don't know. Like,
Stick
I know
some
I've got,
googly
like,
eyes
eye
on it.
holes and stuff, but I feel like
Cut them
it
out.
would make it a bit prettier.
Smiley face.
Some glitter.
Get you some ribbon and put a bow on it.
Oh, yes. I like that.
I narrow my
okay.
eyes, not happy with this idea.
We can't see your eyes anyway.
We
really.
can't see your eyes anyway.
Oh, there's eye holes.
He's got eye holes, yeah.
Yeah, I got eye holes.
So you head over to the shop in the open quay first.
Oh, before we head out, like when everyone's heading out the door, I kind of like hang back and do that thing where someone's walking past me, and I do that to Vildan and like stop him. I'm like, Vildan, I need to talk to you real quick. Come with me upstairs, and just kind of like drag him up the stairs quickly.
Oh, all right.
We'll catch up. I just need a word. Like,
What's
pull
the
him
emergency?
upstairs.
As you're
Like-
on the street.
Want to
and
go.
they-
He is a
like-
strange one.
Like push him in the door and slam the door. Vildan, I need your help. Something's terribly wrong right now.
What? What's going on?
So, remember a couple of weeks ago when we first met and you said, "Oh, Gio, you're a creepy little one. I know there's something not wrong with me." You were right. You were very right.
Well, I didn't use those words, but
You basically said it, but nicer, because you're a nice guy. So, I don't want this to creep you out, but there's really no nice way of saying this, but I may or may not have died once before, a while ago.
well, you are a living doll, so that
Yes.
does kind of check out.
Creepy little puppet boy, I know. Right, okay, that's not the problem. But remember we fight the fishman yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, so ever since we fight and we kill the fishman and Big Cat, he decide he want to take a bit of the fishman away with him.
Mm-hmm.
I have had fishman haunt me and chase me around, except I don't speak bloody fishman. And this fishman, he has one bloody stump and he up in my face and he go. I think he is angry at Valdant for cutting off his arm and then taking it away with him. And now I see spooky fishman. What is wrong with me? I die, I come back, and now I see dead people. Can you explain? I know you man at church, you must have a plan, you must have an idea of what the hell is going on.
Well, I normally kill evil things. I can try to explain it or try to figure it out.
Do you know how to expel the demon of the crazy fishman that is following me around and waving his bloody stump in my face? That is what I need to know.
Okay, so I can try to use divine sense and see if there's anything I can detect. Maybe, I don't know.
Let
All
me-
right, I'll go down on the floor
For-
for you.
I might need the DM for this one, not help.
Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second on that one. Let me double
Dear.
check this. I know what she's talking about, but I wanna. All right, where is it? Oh, no.
So that's for those of you that don't know. This is to do with my subclass.
Yeah.
So for my subclass, I have chosen Phantom, which is basically when you become a Phantom rogue, you get Whispers of the Dead and Wail from the Grave. You essentially can talk to dead people.
yeah.
And you turn it off and on.
Evidently not.
I can use Turn the Unholy and see if that dispels any creepy things haunting you.
Oh, please do. And I'm just like lying on the floor like that. I'm like, he's in the room right now. He looks really pissed off.
So I'll attempt it and just try to do a little prayer and then cast Turn the Unholy.
Turn unholy or turn undead. So you do this, and make a religion check for me.
All right.
11. We'll say for this first event where this is occurring, I'd say, because it doesn't specify, I'm just double checking here. It doesn't really specify how corporeal this whisper is, and what it actually is talking about. So, yeah, we'll say that with a level 10, given this is the first occurrence that is occurring, that you are able to actually expel whatever presence is currently clinging to Chio at the current moment. But Chio, you do not get any of the benefits that you would have gotten from the whispered being.
That is fine. I'm just wanting this fish man away from me.
Yeah, the fishman dissipates. He was sitting over your shoulder going... and then just kind of gets pulled away, as if this divine light coming from Valdant banishes it.
Valdant? Valdant, you did it! The fish man is gone!
Well, that's good. Hopefully Fishman doesn't come back, or I don't know. Would I be able to roll anything to see if I would know like what's going on with her? With you?
I'm gonna say, with your background in the church, give me one more religion check to see if you can get an idea of what's happening with this situation. 13. That is not enough. It's a bit too obscure. First off, hearing that someone has died and comes back to life, and you're not getting a necessarily undead aura off this person, is already blowing your mind. You're like, hold on, what are you talking about? And now they're telling you they are hearing dead things. It is baffling to you. You can't fathom what you just heard coming from Chio's mouth.
Sorry, Chio, but I have no idea what exactly is going on with you, or if I'll even be able to help you in the future if this happens again. But glad to have helped this time. Just come to me if anything occurs and you want me to try again. But I'll be here for you to support.
Oh, you wonderful man. And I just go over and give him a big, a big cuddle. Thank you so much for getting rid of ugly fishman. He's been haunting me for at least a couple of hours now.
Not a problem. Happy to help.
Oh, and by the way, don't tell the rest of the crew that I'm a creepy undead puppet boy, but not kind of dead. But yes, especially little miss. I don't want to freak her out. I think she thinks I'm weird already.
I just don't mention anything, and I won't need to lie. I'd prefer not to.
All right,
and
let's go shopping.
Safe with me.
All right. So this moment passes. You make your way outside, and the party goes out shopping. You all make your way over to start with the long road, which is in the open quay. Just across the way, you're in the Restless Wharf, so you cross the docks that you did before over towards the Tide Peak Tower, and Verlor is able to lead you over to a little arcane shop near the edge of one of the docks. You make your way in. It is a modest little home. Like, the buildings next to it are pretty tall, but this one's like a little bit smaller than the other two. You make your way inside, and there is an older human woman who sits behind the counter. She looks as if, like, in her youth, she was very beautiful, and age has actually been fairly kind to her. Right now, she has graying hair, and she sees you all enter and just smiles and says, welcome. Good to see you all. Welcome to my shop. I'm glad you're here. How can I help you?
I'm gonna walk straight up and like, hiya, love. I need a components pouch for my components, please. I don't know why I'm singing that, but hey, there we go.
As you get closer, you realize, looking at her face, that one of her eyes isn't an actual eye, but some sort of hard object that's been carved with many different runes on it. You see her and she says, of course. You must be a new practitioner. I'm happy to help you. Give me one moment. And she reaches down literally underneath the counter. She like pulls out a pouch, and she's like, "This should get you started for anything you need. It's already full. It's got any components you might necessarily, more of the obscure types that you just kind of find around. It's got basics as far as that goes."
Does it have a shamrock leaf in it?
Absolutely. At least
Oh,
10.
sweet. At least 10. Ooh, okay. Nice one. Yeah, if I could grab that. And do you know of any like?
Yes,
Do
dear.
you, do you? I'm trying to think the nicest way to say this. Do you sell any? Let's keep making hand gestures.
Things that explode?
Not. Yeah, but like a harmless explosion with a bouquet of horrible smells and smoke.
A stink bomb.
To bamboozle somebody and make them go, "Oh God, oh please, no, not the face." But then they're fine
I haven't
afterwards.
concocted something like that since my youth. Let's see. I think I can manage to put something together for that. Of course. Give me a few moments. I don't think unless it probably isn't gonna be magic. I could probably just throw that together with a few ingredients I have here in the shop.
Oh, is it okay if I can sort of write down like what ingredients you're using so I can replenish my stinky, smoky stock of explosives?
A little impolite to ask the merchant how you make stuff so that you stop paying them for things. But I understand your good nature.
I'll keep it between us two,
Oh,
and I'll buy my stock from you.
you betcha. I don't think anyone else is gonna buy these from me, so it's okay. So she goes back into the shop for a second, and it takes her a few moments, and she comes back with like about two of these little like they are in sealed jars, with will look to be like an easy way to like be shattered. So she like puts them down in front of you, and you see this sort of like green viscous liquid inside. And she's like, might be hard to get some of the things that are involved in this. One is flesh from a decaying body. Two, the sack of a skunk. Leo's attacking me. And if you can, I do recommend having some sort of rock or hard object that you can put inside the glass as well, just so that it helps with the shatter.
It is very useful and also slightly terrifying. Nice one. Yeah. So how much for the lot?
Well, for the component pouch, about 5 silver. It's a very simple thing. Easy to sell that to you, no problem. And the stink bombs, they're just kind of fun, and they're not magical in any way. So honestly, maybe a gold each. So 2 gold and 5 silver.
Yeah. So hang on. So 2 gold, 5 silver. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me just use my book so I can do the quick math of the money that I currently have. 2 gold, that makes that much. And then with the silver, so that's 5 silver, so that'll be that much. And yeah, that sounds good. I'll add them to my inventory.
All right.
So we've got 1 stinky jar,
You got 2 stinky
and
jars.
then got 2 stinky jars. Sorry. Yep. So when they like pop off, like when they go kablooing, is it just pure stink, or does it release like a smoke after effect as well to like obscure the vision?
It's not a smoke bomb. It's more of a. I don't really have ways to make fuses here, so it's more of a sort of like it's like a contact thing. Like you throw it on the ground and it makes this like a radius of stench. It doesn't really like it like sticks to whatever it hits, so it's kind of sticky. And it like has like about a 20-foot radius of stench.
Ooh, 20 feet!
Yeah,
Oh damn!
It's
Okay.
pretty pungent. Don't open it. Really, you don't want to open
No,
it.
no. Sounds good. No, amazing. Thank you. No. I think I'm done here, unless anyone else wants to do some
What about the
arcane
rest of you? Any of
buying.
you else want anything? Everything from potions. I can help make magical items. I can craft potions. Whatever you like.
Don't suppose you have anything that'll make someone turn invisible for a short amount of time?
see. On hand, I don't know if I have a potion already made, but I might be able to whip something up. Bear with me one moment. Give me a moment here. Just checking the level of an invisibility spell.
Probably use some health potions, and I happen to have a bag of holding.
I have plenty of health potions. That's an easy one. I have plenty of them on hand at all times. As far as the invisibility potion, I can probably get one whipped up in about 2 hours, with the cost of about, say, about 100 gold pieces.
How long does it last?
The potion itself lasts for up to an hour. And if you do anything like attack or like, you know, anything that might like antagonize another being, it will actually drop the invisibility. So it's more of like a subtle sneak and stay silent kind of thing. Healing potions, I have plenty of. Bear with me a moment here, and she kind of like looks through her catalog, and she's like, depends on the type and the potency of healing potion you're looking for. They go for about 50 gold a piece for the start, and they go up from there.
I'll just take one of the standard healing potions.
Sure, of course. And she puts it on the bench, and standard healing potion, regular healing potion, is 50 gold.
And I will be back in 2 hours for one invisibility potion, please.
Sounds good. And she's like, I'll get right on it. So, anything else before we all get going, and then I'll start making this potion.
I'll take away
What
the
type-
cash just now.
What, just from looking round, what sort of stuff do I notice that's sort of in the shop?
So, in the shop itself, it doesn't like... That's the thing you notice. The shop is very humble. It doesn't have a lot of like magical flashy things on display. The sides and like the walls are lined with like cubbies, and each of them have like different ingredients in them and spell components and different things of that nature. You see a couple like non-magical like swords and maybe materials that might be used for enchanting later on. You're kind of getting the sense that this person is like they provide a service. She doesn't really have things like necessarily like on hand, but is able to make them pretty easily for individuals per order. And you do notice that on her counter there are a set of what look like goggles that are sitting there as well that look very nice and pristine. It's probably like the only like real magical item you see like in the actual shop itself.
Do I know what the goggles are?
At a glance, they don't remind you of anything.
Hey, lady, what are the googly eyes sitting there for?
Oh, those? Oh, well, those are the goggles of object reading. So you use them, and by wearing them about every so often, you can look at an object, and it will tell you the properties of that object. It can tell you if it's magical, what that magic is. It tells you what the item does. It also can sometimes give you ideas of like where a history of something might be from.
Sound pretty useful.
That being said, if you can't afford those, because I'm willing to part with them, I can offer that service as well. If you bring gear to me, I can actually look at it for you for a small fee and tell you what they do as well.
Can I like look down at the stone that I've got hanging off of my belt and be like, could you tell me if you know anything about this?
Sure. Go ahead. And she's like, that'll be 1 gold piece. Now I can tell you what that is. So you hand her the green gem?
I put it on the counter carefully.
Okay. So very carefully, you put it down in front of her, and she looks it over. After a few moments, you see the one rune-covered fake eye glows with intensity. And after a few moments, she goes, "That is very rare in this part of the world. That is a gem of residuum, very refined residuum."
Right. What does it do?
Well,
What is it?
It's got many uses, honestly. It is refined magical essence. Its origins are foggy at the moment, as its creation is a closely guarded secret. But the gem itself can be used as a very expensive magical component. There are many people who use them in rituals, in spells. They make things more powerful or more potent, making crafting much easier. If I had residuum like that in my own shop, it could double my production, easy.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I've
Is
just
the
got one
lady-
question, actually. No, you can go first.
No, I was just gonna say, is the lady still got the glasses on?
She didn't put the glasses on. She just used her fake eye.
Ah, okay, so we don't know what the glasses do.
No.
I want to go back to the lady and just be like, I came by this book, and I bring out me book, which is the History of Deities Before the Calamity.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of pull out one of the pages where it's got the symbol on, which the small symbol in the bottom corner of one of the pages. It's like a steeple with a square box inside and a diagonal line through the box. And I sort of want to give it to her and just be like, do you know anything about this? I've read a lot of books, but apparently not enough.
She looks at it and she goes, "It's nothing I recognize. Sorry, I don't quite follow. Unfortunately, it's a fascinating book. It looks very old and has quite a lot of history in it, but I'm not sure what that symbol means." Chio, are you paying attention to what Bo is doing, like showing off this book? You recognize the symbol immediately. This is in Thieves' Cant. It is a type of denotation that there is a cipher within the pages, or code, that is needed to decode certain parts of the page that could reveal information.
I'll just nudge Bo and wink at her and go, I'll tell you later.
Okay. I sort of stand the book shut and I'm like, thanks for trying, though. I appreciate it.
Of course,
Put
of
it
course.
back into
Sorry,
my
I couldn't
bag.
be more help.
Are there any books in the shop?
On the counter or like on the sides, no, but behind her, you see like plenty of like old tattered books. You're not sure exactly what they might be. They don't have any labels on them or anything, but they're like kind of lining like some of the shelves behind her. You believe they probably are like reference books that she uses for like spells and components and stuff like that.
Okay.
All right, are you all
That's
set?
us.
All right, well, I'll get to work. I will see you shortly. And so she like nods and she starts going into like the back room, and you start hearing her like moving things and getting stuff ready.
See you in 2 hours.
All right. So we'll fast forward that. We'll say you have the potion of invisibility. I'm not gonna make you like come back in 2 hours and like get it. So go ahead and add
No
that to
worries,
your-
thank
to your inventory. What else would you guys like to do?
I wanted to go to a blacksmith, possibly check armor.
All right. There is one nearby, Verlor. You mentioned
Yep.
one that was in the Restless Quay.
Yeah, you have to bear with me. Yeah, we've got the invincible shield. It's up the road. Go there.
All right.
All right.
I'd like to head that way.
I'll take him there.
Perfect. So the party makes their way over to the invisible shield, and you walk in, and there's an individual, a dwarf, weathered skin, with thick black hair, covering his head and his beard, and like the bottom of his beard is actually like singed a bit, and he's just in the process of like banging away on a piece of metal that he just pulled out of the forge, and he looks back and says, "Hey, how's it going? Give me one moment," and he makes 3 or 4 more slams on it, and then drops it into a bucket of some sort of liquid, which starts to steam and bubble, and stuff comes out of it, and a little bit of fire comes off it as well. And with that, he turns around and says, "What do you need? The name's Bohnhoff."
Nice to meet you. I'm looking for a helmet, one that will cover most of my face.
Yeah, of course. Does it need to match the rest of that? And he points like to your armor.
I'm considering changing that up at some point. But but I would like one that kind of matches my deity. Do you have anything that's somewhat dragon-esque?
Dragon-esque. You mean Bahamut?
Bahamut, yes, please.
I could see what I got. Give me a moment. And he goes into the back, and he's able to pull out a he comes back with a standard like plate mail sort of helmet. It's nothing fancy. It's regular cap, like it's molded to the face. The mask itself looks like it can lift up, but it comes straight down. It's not like pointing out. It's got grates along the mouth and 2 eye holes that look like they open up wide to the sides, so you have good peripheral vision. And it looks like it just kind of folds up and down, but it doesn't have any motif or anything fancy about it. It looks like it's just a standard piece of plate helmet. It matches the color, like it's made of the same material, but unfortunately he wasn't able to find anything that had the dragon motif on it.
It's alright. How much is this?
But this guy, I've had him for a while. I'll probably part with it for maybe a gold piece.
Alright, I'll take it.
Alright. And he hands it over to you. Yeah, it's a standard piece of a plate helm that's quite old and probably hasn't been used in a very long time.
I'll polish it later. That's all I needed from here, unless anybody else needed weapons or armor.
You want a
So, I mean, I've got a dagger that I might want to get a fancier one.
What a nice dagger. What do you think?
Well, the one that I've got, and I sort of present it. It's okay. It's sort of because it's sort of like it's a little like fishing knife thing. It's more like sentimental, and I kind of scared to use it in case I break it.
Right.
I'm like, do you have anything a bit kind of more, but probably a bit stronger than this? Because this is good for the fish, but I don't think it's good to protect myself against other people.
I see what you mean. Yes, I can get you a more battle-ready dagger if that's what you're looking for. Give me a moment. And so he goes into the back, and he's like reaching through a few blades, and he goes, oh, jeez, it's sharp. Okay. And he reaches in and pulls out it looks like a dagger. This one, it's not. Let me see one second. Check for detailing. It's a standard dagger. I didn't roll very well. I was like, let's see what he pulls out. And he gets it's a standard dagger. It's got a decent enough hilt to it, but there's no guard or anything on it. It's got a bit of a cross guard along the top, but it's not fancy or elegant. And the blade runs up to about maybe 6-7 inches long. It's well sharpened. It looks like it's functional. The blade itself runs through the entire handle and blade itself, so it looks like it's probably very sturdy and could stand a lot of punishment. It's got a few tarnishing spots on it, but you figure it's more cosmetic of an issue and not a battle problem.
How much damage does it do in terms of rolls?
The same, the 1d4.
Oh. I sort of look at it and I'm like, it's not quite what I'm after.
I mean, for which it sounds like you're looking for, you might need a magic user that might be able to imbue it with a little bit of an extra kick. If that's what you're thinking. I can get you some standard gear and some fine craftsmanship that looks really good, that'll stand up to the punishment. But if you want a dagger to do more than what a dagger can do, you probably need a magic user to help you out.
So I could buy it and then get like someone to be like, do some stuff to it.
Yeah, they could do and make it do some things, yeah.
Well, we still got to go to the tower to speak to a magician. Maybe we can get him to help us there.
My dude, yes. Okay, how much do you want for the dagger?
Simple dagger. Say it's an old one. I'll part with it for another gold as well.
For a gold, yep. Swapsies. And I'm like, I'll take that. And I sort of like wrap my little fishing knife and like some cloth and just put it into my bag for safekeeping, just so I know not to use it.
Perfect.
So what I'm gonna do is, in terms of like me items, I'm gonna leave the current dagger on there. If it does the same damage, then I can just change it up.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna put my fishing knife just in my inventory.
Yeah, absolutely. That works out fine.
Do.
Anyone else? All right. Where would you like to go next?
The
Wizard's
tower.
The wizard.
All right. Easy. You don't even need Verlore's direction because it just stands out like a sore thumb. You remember it from yesterday. The second you walk out of the place, you see, looking just towards the open quay, this tall, looks to be at least 200-foot tower just towering above the pier itself. So you all start to make your way over. And as you get to the base of the tower, you notice that as you get closer, it actually seems to shrink and get smaller and smaller and smaller as upon getting to the actual tower itself. And there you stand at the very base of the tower. And with that, we will go to break. So we'll go ahead and do that. So for everyone who's here, real quick, I'm going to do some shout outs to some people who have raided and stuff. Oh, Good boy. Found one right at the last second. Awesome. Alright, let me do some shoutouts for people, because I want to make sure I get everyone. Starting at the beginning, Sarah, thanks for the resub. Vit, thanks for the gifted sub. I am Jack's Raging Bile Duct. I love the reference. Thank you for following. I am Zanny
Jack.
Live. What's that?
I said hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack. Yeah.
Hi, Jack.
I am Zanny Live. Thanks for the raid, and Cham also raided. Cham, what are you doing, man? I wanna catch you. There's Hopperpot for following, Totoroki for following, and Squidboy for following. So thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Appreciate that you're here. Welcome. Hi. And for all the raiders, if anyone is still here, thank you for being here, and thank you for the people who raided for bringing their community over to me. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate you popping in. So. With that, we're going to go to about a 10-15 minute break, just because we've been playing for a couple hours and sitting for a while. So get up, stretch your legs, get something to drink, use the bathroom, do what you got to do, and we'll be back here at about 2:20ish, and we'll resume and play till about 4 o'clock and see where the story goes. So see y'all in a bit. Bye.
Wonderful.
welcome back. I changed over the music so the thing's weird, so welcome. So we're back from break. We're about to get started again, so we're going to hop right back into it. Real quick, just want to shout out Legend of Krista. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here and hanging out and wanting to come back with the community, so thank you. Alright, let's get back to it. Gonna pause this music. My stream deck is broken, so I can't control my music like I normally would, so it's a little clunky, but we're back to it. So we're going to do this one. I'm going to try this one. I haven't tried this one yet, so we'll see how it goes. Alright, and as the party gets to the new, up to Yusa's tower, the Tide Peak Tower, you all approach. As I mentioned, the tower itself now sits at a reasonable maybe 80-90 feet tall. It's a circular tower and make, and you get to the base, and there you are. Maybe 60, 70 feet up in the air, you see like a balcony protruding, but that's the only entrance or exit you see from the building.
No door?
No door, yeah.
You don't see any door. You walk around, and there is no door.
I'll just go up and knock on the wall. Just see if anything happens.
You do. You knock on the wall, and actually, upon knocking on the wall, a door appears in the wall, and it pushes open, and a goblin who is actually dressed in quite nice clothing looks at you and says, you're that lot that Yus is expecting, right?
Yes.
He said Yus was popping by. Come on in. And he opens the door wider to allow you in. And so you were able to make your way into the tower. As you do,
I have a good look around to see if just sort of don't know what. No, carry on.
Okay. So you walk on, and the entryway itself is more of like a foyer. There's like a pedestal with like a book and a ledger in it, and like a chair and some comforts in the small room. And then next to it is a spiraling staircase that leads up into the next floor. And he says, "Come on, follow me. He's upstairs in the study." And he starts to lead you up the stairs as you make your way higher and higher. The stairway itself continues, and it feels like you're getting close to a level, and then suddenly it continues. Like, you just don't quite reach the next floor for longer than you expect, and then after a few moments it finally starts to come closer to you again, and you make your way into the next floor. As you enter in, it seems like you enter into the exact right room. You walk in, and it's not like the same size as the small room you were just in. It is like a large, sprawling study that shouldn't fit inside the confines of what this tower was built to look like. You enter in, and there's a fireplace burning off to one side, and like a nice rug with made of some creature that you have never seen before. There are several nice, comfortable-looking leather chairs that are spread around, and in the far side is a desk, a very dark wood, well-carved desk. And standing, looking out of a window, which again you did not see existing when you first looked at the tower, is the familiar elf, the older elf, staring out the window in yellow robes and his tanner skin, sipping a cup of tea, saying, "Good. I'm glad you've decided to pop by. I decided I'd keep my evening open just in case you made it over. So, I suppose you would like a reward for your efforts, is that right?"
Only if you're offering one, not to put yourself out.
No,
Sounds good to me, Magic Man.
it doesn't put me out at all. I will say that as the proprietor of the Tide Peak Tower and all of the Open Quay, it is good to see those who are willing to be honorable and not give in to the shady dealings of other, more jealous members of the city. So please, bear with me a moment and enjoy my hospitality. He walks over into like a side pouch, or like to a side part of the room. He looks around for a minute. He's like, no, not that. And he comes back, and he reaches into. He's like, that's right. and he kind of like does like a motion where he pulls his fingers across in open space, and then reaches his hand and it disappears into the line that he created, and pulls out his fist. So, I'll give you a choice. Do you want gold or something of magical interest?
Do we all have to pick? Do we all have to pick the same?
It is a single item.
Sorry.
So as a group concession, do you guys want gold and coin, or do you want a magical item that you could possibly disperse to either up to anyone?
I'm happy to go with the flow, and just whatever you guys want, I will accept. I kind of like hang my head, thinking like, oh shit, everybody wanted some magic stuff.
I mean, we're going to get lots of money when we rescue princes, so maybe something magic might be nice.
Are we allowed to know what the magic item is before we decide to select it?
Oh, what would be the fun in that?
You have enough money.
What happens if it's rubbish?
I don't think this
mean-
guy keeps rubbish around. I mean, look at his place. Very fancy.
Okay, rubbish is maybe not a bad word, but what happens if it's something that's not going to be of use? We've then potentially wasted the opportunity to then maybe buy something that is going to be of use to us.
But the inverse is true.
Or we could sell it and then pretend it's something really valuable, and then someone will buy it and give us coin, because coins could be exchanged for goods and services.
That is how the economy works.
Yes.
While they're like discussing what they want to do, can I like point at the rug and be like, "Oh, who was this?" And I'll like clutch my chest a little and my fur and be like, "Oh no."
Oh, I'm sorry. My friend Verlor it was, right? No, I would never harm any of your kind. This was a beast from the far north. In a place known as Islecross. There are these furred, sort of white-furred mammoth tusk beasts that roam the wastes. Often they've been perverted by the wild magics that occur up there, and this one happened to be found, and was procured and bought for ethically. He was harvested after they had to defend a caravan from him, and I purchased his fur.
Okay, I'll just take a step away from it and still a bit weird.
Sure.
Is this the same kind of elephant that we came across that the wolves were eating? Or is this a different type of elephant?
I've never seen before. It's not really like an elephant. It's like it looks like it'd be almost. It's about half the size of an elephant. It's covered in like this white fur. The claws themselves are all black colored, and like the head itself is like propped up in this weird, almost like half dog, half bear like look, with like tusks that come from the bottom that like arc up in sort of like an arch. Like it's very bizarre.
Recognized it.
You make a nature check because you are from the far north.
Mm-hmm.
17.
How far north is far north?
Actually, she's pretty close to you. So if you would like to roll a nature check as well, I'd be okay with that as well, Marco. 17. It's not. So it's not quite high enough for the DC. The creature itself, you've heard like stories about stuff in Islecross because you're from that far north, but you've never been. And it's also like what you have heard about things that come from Islecross is that they are a lot of times they are like mutations of existing species that might have existed, based on like the way that magic has gone crazy in the area, and it has started to like twist and change some of the creatures of the landscape. So this might be something that is close to something you recognize, but is not quite nameable that you know of. Alright, so, you want the magic item?
Do we want the magic item?
I vote for
I
magic
think we
item.
want the
I
magic
vote for
item.
magic item.
Alright, with that, who would like to roll a D100 for me?
Chat.
Ooh.
Wow.
Do we have chat?
No,
Chat do it.
we're not gonna do chat on
No.
this one. I want you guys to do it.
All right,
Unless you guys want chat, I can have chat roll a D100 and see what we get.
we can roll one.
Who's rolling up?
I volunteer as tribute.
All right,
Zach
Sackman.
I can.
Zachman, go
Something
ahead and
good.
roll it.
Do us proud.
Something good.
If you roll shit, it's all your fault.
D100.
Yep,
Yeah.
D100.
56.
It was.
All right, 56. So, with a 56, we get... All right, let me check what that is real quick. Just 'cause I do want to make sure I give you guys an item that will be helpful in some way.
I'm just imagining Marble now with a massive list of,
Yeah.
of items and just going.
It's called the
Just a
Dungeon
scroll
Master's Guide.
that unravels.
there are lots of magical items in here and tables. So yes.
It's a
One
One
magic
is just
shark.
a stock puppet.
A magic sock puppet.
I mean, a sock puppet that can talk every single language in the game would be good.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
But only translates when it feels like it.
Yeah. If he's in a bad mood, he's like,
What's the
It
deck
can
of
only
cards?
translate it to a language that you already don't know.
Work like the TARDIS. TARDIS automatically translates every language into something that you can understand. Sorry, that's my inner nerd coming out there.
Nerds in this D&D stream? Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. Sorry guys, give me 1
The
second.
outrage, the scandal.
I see no nerds. All I see is handsome and beautiful people.
hey.
Oh. You've been looking in the mirror again, Vit.
No, I've got my camera turned off.
Ugh.
Magic item in Marble's hand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if this will be useful. So, this is a very peculiar one, and it has very specific
Oh,
uses,
sure.
but it can be very useful for you guys going forward.
Mm.
So he pulls out of his hand, he opens it, and you see within it what looks to be a flask made of iron with runes etched around its top and a sort of like an upside down A in the middle of it with a little like chain that acts like a necklace. He says, "This is an iron flask." I know, not very descriptive, but if you're up against anything that is from a plane other than this one, you can use this flask to trap that creature within. Once trapped within the flask, you can release the creature and it will be friendly for you or friendly to you and obey your commands for at least an hour upon release. You can at any time, as an action, recapture said creature if you would like, but it is a little hardier against its effect if you do this multiple times.
It's like a prison then.
Similarly, yes, I wouldn't suggest putting sentient beings inside of it, but maybe aberrations, fiends, demons, maybe the less savory sort might be more deserving.
Can we put Chio in there?
How dare you?
I don't know. Shio, are you from the material plane?
My name is Dave. I don't know who this Stew is.
He just called you Shio.
What did you do that for, Lord, you big mouth?
God
Can
damn
we
it.
put Dave in there?
Depends. Is Dave of the material plane?
Dave has nothing to say.
If Dave were of the material plane, he would not be pulled into the flask.
Okay.
So how does it work?
You simply speak a command word that you set upon attuning with the item. Or actually, you don't even have to attune to it. You essentially deem a command word for the flask, and upon speaking it, it will pull the creature you would like within 60 feet of you.
Okay.
I think we should give it to someone trustworthy, not Velour. Definitely not.
It's so shiny.
No safekeeping for you. Keep your paws off it.
Who
I vote
currently
Velour.
has it?
Right now,
Nobody.
Yusa is
He's
holding it.
I think Boa should have it. She's the nicest one of the less likely to double cross, and I just
And
let's
she
give it to
is the
Boa.
magic lady. It is
Yeah,
good
I-
idea.
I don't want to touch magic stuff.
You guys don't trust me? Fine.
Oh no, definitely not.
I'll
With your
take it.
claws, you might end up scratching it.
I look over at Murpos after hearing that, just with an offended face.
Oh, I didn't even consider this.
I don't like
clearly.
you.
Because I keep you in check.
No.
I'm just gonna walk up to you, Sam, and be like, take it. And I present my hand. So I could take the eye blast, please.
All right. And he takes it and places it in your hand, and she says, "Be careful with this. There might be something inside." And he lets go of it.
Ooh.
Can would I roll for maybe Arcana to sort of kind of like get a listen in and see if I can hear there's something inside it?
Yeah, you can go ahead and make an Arcana check to see if you can discern if it's currently active.
I sort of like give you Sarah a look and I'm like, okay, put it to my ear.
17. You don't hear anything coming from the flask. It is silent.
Give him another look and I'm like, okay. I'll just put it into my little bag.
All right, right.
And-
Iron flask, and I will get you. I can actually send you a link. Can I do it? I'm trying to think of a good way to do it. I'm gonna send it through Roll20, I think.
What's the dude's name?
Yusa.
Yusa.
Husa.
Arenas.
Yusa. May I inquire as to where you may have gotten this, or the history of this item?
I come upon items and objects quite frequently. I am a master of mercantile natures here on the shore and control and things that come in and out, and I procure a few odds and ends along my discoveries and from travel. I do dabble in curating different oddities and magical items of my own. So I found this a while ago and figured it might be useful in whatever your endeavors may be.
Oh, Yusa, those guys that were trying to blow up your tower, they weren't very happy with you for some reason. What did you do to piss them
No.
off?
No, and if I remember correctly, the individual that was apprehended was a member of a guild from the Restless Wolf, though he refused to say as much. I knew it from his let me say dealings and actions. So I figured this would be the best way to reward you. He is a known individual and has been trying to get on my bad side for quite a while. So, if I had to guess, he either is doing it because he's jealous, doing it because he felt like he needed to act on his own and maybe hurt my business, or there's something larger going on, and maybe the greater guild itself is trying to make a move on my side of the pier.
He didn't like you anyway, but it's good to know.
Yes. Also, Bo,
When you-
I dropped that into your inventory.
Oh, you're a diamond. Oh, I can see it. I will delete the other one later. I think I've done it too. I was just gonna say, like, because you mentioned before that they were jealous. You mentioned before that they might be trying to come up into your territory. So is this other person, are they a wizard as well, or?
They're not. It's not a single individual. I am honestly separate from the greater Nicodronus as it is. Sort of like a little sovereign state here in the middle of the Tide Peak Towers. The open quay is my domain. I bought the property a long time ago out from under the government itself and own this whole portion. with that, things that come through me don't necessarily get distributed into the city, and there are individuals in the city greater politics that are not quite fond of that. That being said, I also take up half the harbor, meaning half the space for more commercial ships to come in. So, the restless wharf is a little jealous, wants more of their profit. And, let's face it, they get paid when the higher ups get paid. So, the more money that goes to them, the better they are.
Okay, that makes more sense. I don't know, for some reason in my head, I was thinking like it was like a wizard battle, but no, it's just.
Oh, I wouldn't be worried even if it was.
I sort of look around and go, yeah, I can see that. Fair enough. I've got one thing to ask as well, because I've got this dagger, and it's fine. Sort of hand it over, but like, I don't know if you know any like incantations I could do or that you could do to like imbue it and make it a bit more strunkier, maybe.
Make a persuasion check to see if you can kind of sweeten the deal from the reward.
Sort of
Oh,
Natural 20.
just when you wanted it.
just go flutter my eyelashes and just be like,
You were too charming, and he nods and says, "You asked way too nicely, and it's a little adorable, especially here in the open quay and Nicodranus itself. So, I will do you this favor." He walks over to a corner of the room, which has sort of this like table with like runes etched into the sides of it. He walks over and he places the dagger down on the table, and he's like, "I can give it a basic enchantment for you, easy enough." He takes out a bit of like he pulls like a little cupboard open, and he pulls out the small green gem, which looks very familiar, and places it next to the dagger itself. He holds his hands out above it and starts whispering a few incantations. The runes on the table all begin to glow and shine as you see the green gem sort of morphs and flexes across the blade and seems to like get enveloped and absorbed by it. As he does so, he like there's a slight like flash as it comes out, or as it finishes, and the runes all slowly fade back to the dull nothing that was there before. And he brings the dagger back to you. In it, you see a couple of magical runes that have been carved up the middle, or not carved, but like now etched into the blade itself. And he hands it back to you. It's not a lot because it's still a dagger, but the blade now has a +1 enchantment on it. So it has an extra ability to hit and do damage, and is considered magical for any use that might help you with.
"Okay. Do you want anything for it, or is that just you being very nice?"
For how adorable you are, that'll be your gift.
Why, thank you. I sort of scuttle away, just holding out my dagger, being like, "Look, it's so neat. Look at all these runes." I was just like showing it around him, like,
And I, after I see that working from Bo, can I, like in Shrek when Puss in Boots does the cute eyes thing, do
Yes.
that and be like, "Can you tell me anything about this crystal?" Or anything more about it?
And you hold up your gem that you got.
Mm-hmm.
So he looks at the gem and he eyes it and he goes, "That is indeed the same substance I pulled from that cupboard. It is residuum. Where did you come about this? This is quite a lot of it, honestly, and very how should I put this? The fact that I have any is near a miracle. The fact that
Thank you.
you have such a large piece is also very surprising. I'm curious where you got it."
Let's just say it's an heirloom.
An heirloom. So, family. So, it's been here a while.
Mm,
You can see,
in a
like,
way.
he is very deductive. He, like, small things you say are very revealing to him.
Okay. I just I want to find out why it's so important. It's not really occurring to me.
Well, why don't you ask the ones who gave it to you?
I can't. And I just sort of put it back in the holster in my like belt and say thank you.
Sorry. Well, alright then. Anyway, I've thanked you. I have given you a reward. I consider you allies, to say the least. I might have work for you later on, but for now, I have nothing. Go, enjoy the rest of Nicodronus and this assignment you've been given by the Marquis. I wish you the best. If you need anything, let me know. Have a good day. Whenceforth. And at this point, the goblin comes up and says, Yep, I'm on it. Come on. And he kind of like ushers you out back down the stairwell that you came to bring you back out.
Lovely.
Wave by.
Walking down the stairs and just under my breath say, 100 gold and we got a fucking flask.
I give Slackman like a dig in the elbow. Dig in the wrist with my elbow. Go, hey, nice, and it could be a useful flask because we can trap nasty things in it for stuff and times and reasons.
I just say, if you don't shut up, she's gonna put you in the flask. You're going in there next.
Like little Nicky, get in the flash.
It kind of is.
I don't do that. Just
I
I thought
know.
in Bill's Karen.
Alright. So you all make your way down the tower steps and back out onto the streets. With that, you've done some shopping. You have run some errands. At this point, we're kind of starting to get close to like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Are there any last minute preparations before you find lodgings for the night and get ready for tomorrow?
We still need commoner clothes, right?
We've got the invisibility spell,
And-
so do we need that now?
Mhm.
Well, I mean, there's still 2 other people we can't make them
Okay.
invisible to.
Who says I'm going to use invisibility spell now?
Exactly. I don't trust
Plan
you.
hasn't changed.
Just put a blanket on them and call it a day.
Yes, that's gonna be
can-
inconspicuous.
We could always go to the general store that's in town.
Just get some common clothes quickly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Alright.
sounds good.
So where do you take him for lore?
being a gone is probably, is that close? Or I think that's over the bridge, really, isn't it?
Yep, it's over the bridge. You just kind of been going
Yeah.
back and forth across this bridge all day.
Yeah, it's cool.
Lots
you make your way-
exercise.
So you make your way over to Ben and Gone General Store. Inside, you see a young elf, very young elf, light hair. She kind of like looks bored, sitting behind the counter, but she has like these very vibrant green eyes. And as you enter, she goes, "Welcome to Ben and Gone General Store. If you need it, we probably have it or something, whatever."
Ugh, more cheer than a graveyard in here, I'll tell you that.
So you look around. It's a fairly like it's a general store. It's like it's got these like racks of like just aisles of just like farming equipment, some building materials. In the back, you see like a section of like cloth and some actual clothing that all looks very regular. You see like feed for animals and like a couple like knickknacks here and there. And like it varies like the things you could probably find in this place.
Is there cat food?
That was going.
Look around and near the feed, you do see a section of what looks to be something for like domestic.
Oh, pss, pss, pss. I have a lore. Look what I got. Some fish treaties for you. You want me to buy them for you? I treat you.
I still have the arm, so I'm good.
Well,
It's stinky though.
Yeah,
Ready
no,
for you
I'm
to
just
slap
carrying
her with
around. I've
the
been
arm.
carrying around this whole time. It's still in my
you are
inventory.
going to smell so bad.
Who says I don't smell bad already?
True.
It's not like you see me like with my leg up grooming.
True, we haven't seen that yet.
God.
Thank God you haven't seen that yet.
Christ.
Lovely image.
I am. My eyes, literally my eyes.
Oh god.
The image is so bad.
I might draw that later.
Oh god.
So so
I will buy some cat treats for Valor.
all right, it's like a silver piece for a bag.
That's fine.
Let's
Add to inventory.
a few sets
one
of
bag
common
of cat
clothes and
treats.
sack man. Did you need anything?
You wanted a sack, didn't you?
Yeah, just yeah, I wanted to change up how the sack looks a little bit, but I still want to keep this one as part of it somehow.
Okay, what do you?
I don't know if that's possible.
What are you thinking to try and do? Like, what is your vision of like what you want to do to this mask to like make it look a little bit different?
So it just the I was thinking maybe the hood could be sorry, the hood. I was thinking the sack could be more turned into a hood or something,
Like
and then
something.
yeah, kind of more of an attachment, and then just like maybe some extra type of cloth over the front that's just easier to deal with, easier for me to look out of, and maybe easier for me to like eat or something.
It
Okay.
makes you look pretty.
Pretty, maybe scary.
Maybe scary.
Do they have any like beautiful silks?
Beautiful
Oh,
silks?
speak for yourself.
No, they have like regular, common, like maybe like a standard bit of silk. It's not like fine satin type stuff. It's very like.
I feel
cloth.
Sackman is more of a velvet man myself.
Ooh,
Just hold up a bit of it like this suits you.
they do have velvet.
As long as it comes in black.
There is black velvet. So if you wanted to attach black velvet to like the back of it to kind of make it look more like a cloak that attaches to it, you could do that. Is that like
It was more to go. It was more to go just across the face. I wasn't so much looking for a cape.
Okay. So
I'm
across
not a
the face,
superhero.
what type of design do you want to try and add it to
No capes.
the face? Like what kind of? I know part of it was to like make it so you can eat better and maybe see a little bit better. What are you thinking?
Maybe a small slit at the front, enough for me to get my mouth out, but maybe the bigger part could be something scary looking.
Okay.
It's alright.
Get your mouth out.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just imagining like.
You try
We're
walking in that.
holding it together. I was really, really trying.
Like Sackman's got his tongue sticking out or something.
Any of you guys are welcome to walk around with this thing on your head in the summer.
I have fur.
I mean, I am.
He's got
dressed
walking
for a
jacket.
hard winter.
So yes, you're able to find some cloth, and like you can kind of figure out a way to like attach a little bit to like the bottom of the sack itself, so it kind of like hugs the bottom of your face, so it'll actually move with your jaw. You're able to easily make a cut and a slit in the sack so that you can open it and stuff like that, and like you can keep it closed with it, so it kind of like follows your mouth. And like a little bit, you can like add some bits of the velvet to the mask to like kind of create some designs on it if you wanted to kind of make it look more intimidating, more like a mask of some kind.
Angry eyebrows.
Or like angry eyebrows, yeah. If you want,
Big Angie.
but to do that,
Or maybe like Mr. Potato Head style. You can like interchangeable eyebrows. So you
Yeah.
can, like,
like the sticky velvet where like you stick it to things and like can pull it off.
One sec, I
No.
just need to put on my battle eyebrows.
Time to put on my angry eye.
So are you gonna try and make removable ones, or are you gonna take ones that you can like keep on there?
Just ones that stick on.
Okay.
Just ones that stay in
So
place will be
to do
fine.
that,
Oh, poor
I do
sack
want you to
man.
make a dexterity check to see how well you're able to attach them to the actual sack itself.
God.
Yes.
Oh.
Because you gotta like sew it and stuff like that, and like you gotta like try and find a way to fix it. So make a dexterity check for me.
Found it.
20. Damn. Easy. Not a problem for you at all. You have a vision in your mind about what you want to create, and you just go to town, and you're able to secure it so that it looks nice, and it looks so, like it looks scary. It's intimidating. Depending how that
hands,
roll
but
went would have
delicate
determined
work.
how bad that was. But you rolled a 20, so yeah, it looks scary. It's intimidating. People are gonna like look at you and give you like second glances if you walk up to them wearing that.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh wait, how much that cost?
For that amount of, you're only using like a small bit of velvet, so only like, I don't know, for velvet, maybe 2 gold.
Fair enough. Thank
How
you.
much were the commoner clothes?
For a set of commoner clothes, they're only about 10 silver a piece, or about, sorry, no, 6 silver a piece. So if you're getting
I'll
like
get 2
2 or
of them.
3 of those, you can go ahead and mark off.
Should we
6
get
for each.
3 to be on the safe side?
Yeah.
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 I have 3 sets of common clothes. Do you have anything that come for people who are shorter?
Of course, absolutely, sure, why not? I mean, yeah, okay, over there. And she kind of like nods and doesn't even like point.
Wow.
And like there's like a corner where you see like some clothes that like it's like a mix between like it's like it's built out so that you can definitely like get clothing in your size if you wanted like actual commoner clothes that looked like they'd fit.
I'm feeling the same thoughts of Jeannie. If I've come from a very cold climate, and I'm probably feeling a tad sweaty at this point.
Yeah,
So would like more of a summer wardrobe.
sure. And you're able to find some like, and especially like in Nicodranas, the wear is very like it's light cottons and stuff like that. It's like very, it's very flowy, and that's like kind of their aesthetic. And they definitely have like bits of like commoner versions of that where they're not like fancy looking, they're not like super vibrant colors, but like it's still that same light cotton type breathable fabric where like you can definitely like put it on, and it's like flowy, so like it's got like billowy bits to it. So it looks like
Have pockets though.
yeah, some of them have pockets.
It's important. This is a very important
No,
question.
they have pockets. They have pockets. It's okay.
Nice.
Good. So yeah, I'll take a set of. Do they have like any like ladies' clothes, but that are pants and not skirts and billowy and whatnot?
Not ladies' clothes, but you could probably find a men's cut that would probably fit you easy enough.
Okay, I'll take 3 commoners, standard commoner sets, and a small a small dude set of clothing that I can. In my head, I'm probably looking at, okay, how can we adapt so that I can make it fit me? I'm just thinking with what's coming up, billowiness. I kind of want to be more sort of less billowy. I can't think of a word other than
I mean,
less
you could
billowy.
feasibly like bind it up a little bit. Like you could like tighten it if you had like cloth wraps. You could like wrap the pant legs so that they're not as billowy and stuff. Like there's like ways you can modify it.
Yeah, I'll
like, make
take
it fit.
3 and then 1 for me. So that, what did you say, like 6 silver a piece?
Yeah, 6 per, easy.
6, 12, 18, 24
Yep.
silver. So that's what, 2
2
gold,
and
1
4
silver.
silver.
No, 2 gold,
It's 24,
4
right?
silver.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6.
So you got clothes.
And that adult.
Yep, you got clothes for yourself. You got clothes for the peoples. Jeannie, you said you wanted some too.
Yeah, I wanted like kind of a practical, but also like long, flowy dress with pockets, just so like if I twirl around, I feel like a pretty princess. But if I have to attack someone, it's practical. If
For
that
a
makes
dress
sense.
with pockets, hold on now. We're not. This isn't 2000 here. Like, well, like, give me a roll. Let's see what you find. Give me a D20 roll.
Just yeah, sure. D20.
For like, we'll do investigation or perception. Sorry,
Oh,
Ooh.
it's alright. It's alright.
damn.
Give me an investigation or perception so that you get a bonus to it. Either one.
Perception cost me better one.
Okay. 22. There you go.
That's correct.
Miraculously, you're digging through the piles of clothing, and you're seeing these dresses, and they look nice and like pretty, but like none of them got pockets. And then you finally find it at the bottom of one of the piles. You see this flowy light blue dress, and it's got these little pockets in it, and you're like, this is, how has no one bought this before? And you pull it out, and it looks amazing, and it looks a little small, but you think you can make it fit.
Mhm.
So
I may be tall, but I can do something with it.
all
And
right.
I'm just gonna run up to the desk and just be like, "This, please." Just throw it at the shopkeeper.
The girl looks at you and kind of gives you a look like, okay, six silver.
And I'm like, "Thank you." So I just give her a slam the 6 silver, on the table. I sort of bring the dress up, and it's like, it's so pretty, and I'm just walking away excitedly with it. It's like, oh my god, I found it! It's got pockets! Oh my god!
And you do. So, you all have clothing. Is there anything else you need at the general store?
I was gonna ask, do they have a nail file?
Nail file, like for actual nails, or like your hands?
For claws, preferably.
Right. Yeah, sure. That's over there, I think. And she just kind of points vaguely in the back of the store.
Brilliant. Okay, I'm gonna go and look for a nail file just in case I can make these claws just a little bit sharper.
Easy enough. You're able to find some spots where like you find like a spot where there's like some files, and there's not like it's not like a beautification section. It looks like it's actually meant for like nails. Like it's supposed to like
Nice.
make them sharper. And you're like,
Yeah.
I could probably make this work. It's like a file. It's like an actual like metal file.
Yeah, no, that'll work. I've got some big ass claws.
Yeah. So
No, that's fine.
you got those.
How much is that?
She looks at it, she's like, I don't know, like 3 copper.
Nice. Sick. I'll take it.
All right, so there you go. I have no music playing. I'm so sorry. I
Okay.
just noticed that. I was like, oh, it's silent. Why is it silent?
I was really into buying stuff.
I know I was too. I was kind of into it. We'll do.
Quick question, sorry.
Yeah.
Just with my dress,
Yes.
will that affect my armor at all? Because I've got light medium armor. Would it just match that, or would it make it?
What is your medium armor? Let me check.
I've got light medium. It says.
Yeah, but what are you wearing right now? Your character is wearing. Sorry, just checking through here real quick. You have leather armor on. So what it would be is, so the way it kind of works is like you have your armor, right? And you have your clothing that's kind of like on underneath the armor. It kind of like pads it out a little bit, making it a little bit less bindy, and it like kind of fills in the gaps. So what you would do is you would just kind of trade out your clothing, like your winter clothing that was underneath your leather armor, and you replace it with this with like this clothing instead. So it doesn't hurt your armor class. Your armor class stays the same.
That's okay. I'm gonna keep my cloak on though, just because I like my cloak. But yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and just throw. What do we want? We'll do this one. Well, where are we going next? Actually, yeah, that'll decide it. What are you guys doing next? Where are you going?
Just a quick note. I think all of our cameras are frozen.
Have they all frozen again? Oh, because I probably did the thing. Give me a second.
Oh, no.
Fix that.
Imagine doing a thing.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm frozen in a
Please,
lovely
I'm
position.
Fix that real
I only
quick.
noticed because I put my hands behind my head, and then I was like, "Wait, why aren't I moving?"
And they should all be
Wait
frozen
a
now.
minute.
Boom.
There we go.
Almost
There we go.
Beautiful.
There we go.
Nice.
There we
It
go.
just happens. If I accidentally
better.
minimize it, sometimes it just freezes, and then it is what it is. All right.
So,
Yeah.
what time is it now?
We're getting to, after some more travel, we're probably getting close to like 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. Can I suggest something to the group?
Yeah.
Hmm.
We have a hard day coming up, okay? And there's somewhere that I've wanted to go for the entirety of the time that we've been in the city. Just had my eye on it. It's a bathhouse in the Opal Archway, so very posh. You guys fancy a bath?
I mean, you do stink. I think it's a good idea.
Says
And
you.
Sounds lovely.
Leave the fish arm somewhere.
I was actually, this is reminded me, I was going to give it to Jeannie. I think she
Why?
might make some use of it. Because your stink bombs, they need dead people. Does fish arm not work?
I mean, it does, but it's pre-made. I don't.
You can make it. You don't
Ah.
want
I'm
it?
gonna hide this.
I
It's
just.
not a bag. It's not a bag of
I'm
water. It's just an old
Really
bag.
hoping
Can
this
I
is
just,
the
like,
first and
snap
last
it in
time we
half?
use stink bombs.
Ugh.
Okay, if nobody wants the fish arm, I'm gonna really, really sadly put it on the floor in front of me. And just leave it in the street.
Okay.
Have
I was
a-
gonna say,
have a
do you leave
moment-
it in
a
the-
moment
So you're gonna leave it in the
the
shop?
canteen, or do you put it outside?
Oh no, I'm not putting it in the shop. I'll
Okay,
put
okay.
it just outside the shop in
Okay.
the
And
middle of
Clerk
the street.
was kind of rude.
She
A
was.
moment of silence for the fish arm, please.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
That's the fish arm. All right,
Look at the
very
bright
good.
side. Chio got you cat treats.
There you go.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, Mr. Cat, are you upset? Would you like me to give you a treat right now? I bought you a little bag, especially for you.
But what flavor are they?
Uh, fish
What
flavor. I
flavor
don't
are the
know.
dreamies?
There's a picture of a fish on the outside, so probably fish flavor. Would you like one? Would that make you feel better?
Genie.
Oh my god, yes.
All right, okay. So I just like open it up and just like put some in his hand. There you go.
I think it's the first time my character has actually physically eaten throughout this whole thing, so brilliant.
And you do.
Okay.
And they taste like generic fish. And
Ah,
oddly enough,
nice.
you realize pretty quickly that tabaxi taste buds are not the same as cat taste buds, and you actually have more of a refined palate like a human would.
Right.
So it tastes a little off and doesn't quite satisfy like you would hope.
Okay. That's a bit sad, but you know.
If
Sorry.
you're a good boy, you'll get more later. Put them back in my pocket.
God.
So,
Great.
so you.
I'll
lead
have
them-
them trained by the end.
So you lead them to the bathhouse in the Opal Archer, right?
Yeah, if you guys fancy a bath.
I am so down for a bath.
All
That's
right.
like, oh,
So you do. He takes you out of the Restless Wharf over to the Grove. As you start to approach in this more posh section of the Opal Archway, you see leading up to it this nice garden-esque courtyard with what looks to be nymphs holding water bowls that are like pouring water from them into like a fountain that's at their feet. You see like trees that are well manicured and cut to like beautiful shapes. As you get to like the outer walls, you see that there are motifs of like vines carved into the stonework and leaves that look like it's built into like a stone forest. You make your way to the door, which is a rounded wooden door that you were able to push open and make your way inside. And you enter, and the bathhouse is just absolutely gorgeous. You see individuals in what look to be these gold satin robes that are holding towels and refreshments in their hands. And they seem to be walking silently from guest to guest as they sit at the bathhouses, taking in relaxation. Many of the guests are completely nude because this is a bathhouse in medieval times. There are no such thing as bathing suits. So they're all enjoying their time and relaxing. The water itself is like sort of like clouded with sort of aromas and herbs and stuff, so you can't really see anything. But it's like each one has like a little bit of privacy in their own right. There's about 3 main open baths in the main area. You do see a couple these like sort of side rooms that kind of break off to the different parts of the wall that look like they might be able to house other private rooms if needed or different other amenities that the bathhouse has. As you walk in, there's a counter to the right, and an elf woman looks to you with like gorgeous features and long flowing black hair. Looks to you and says, "Hello, and welcome to the Grove. How can we help you relax today?"
Guess I'd just like a bath.
Of course.
Clean up a little bit.
If you just like access to the bath, that's easy enough. It is about 10 gold piece per person to use the bathhouse itself. They do come with complimentary robes, and if you need anything further, you can make your way to myself here at the front desk and pay for additional services from enchanted tanning booths to the massage parlor as well. If there are any further services you need, feel free to ask.
Do they do grooming?
Grooming? Yes, actually, we can have that arranged. It will not be at any extra cost. It'll be part of the bath fee.
Amazing. Okay. Nice. I'm ready.
Let's pay
I've
the
just
fee.
pushed everybody out of the way to get to the front. Do you do grooming?
So
I've got this mat on my back that's just really annoying.
so you all, do you all pay the 10 gold?
Theo?
hell yeah.
Do you have any lotions and potions to make my hair really silky soft like yours?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. See me once you come out of the changing room. You'd be welcome to anything we have here available for the bath.
Oh yeah.
I would also love a massage.
All right, for the massage, it's an extra 10 gold piece for the room.
We're gonna
No
need 2
worries.
people to massage you. You're so big.
Hey, I ain't gonna complain.
I'll just pay for the bath.
All right. So easy enough, you're able to make your way into the bathhouse, into the changing rooms. They are separated based on identity from which you identify as. And so as you make your way in, simple locker rooms, there's like little cupboards that you can like put stuff into, like store belongings. Inside there is like a robe that you can take with you. And you do see there isn't like bathing suits, but they're sort of like modesty covers that you can put on yourselves. They're like simple, like they're like nice, elegant, like silk bits that can be like tied around in certain ways to like provide some modesty while in the bath if you desire that.
Ah, fuck that. I'm straight pants off. I've been waiting for this day my whole life.
I'm rocking out with my cock out.
Fair enough.
No.
I like going high five. Sack
With
man,
a
like,
sack
yeah,
on, too.
buddy.
He's got a 2 sack showing.
with this angry sack on top too. So you do, and you were able to go in as you see fit, and at whatever comfort level you have, you are welcome to do so. It is up to you and what you prefer. So the rest of you sit down in the baths. You are able to get several scented, or I should say, Bo, you're able to get several scented potions that give different sort of scents, like essential oils. They have like different ones like lavender, patchouli, birch, whatever you're really looking for as far as scents go. Something as far as home. When you sit down, like some of the stuff they have is like great for your hair. It like helps to rejuvenate it. It's very nice. It's very, very posh. The scents itself coming off the bath are like very floral and nice, and the bath is very warm. It's comfortable. It's not like burning hot, but it's like that nice like ease the bones type of warmth. Sackman, you get brought into the back, and immediately you walk into the room as one of the attendants like ushers you forward as you've paid for the massage. You walk in, and as you step in, he does ask like, "Do you prefer any special? Is there anyone you're more comfortable with giving you a massage?"
I mean, not really. Whoever's free.
All right, sounds good. And he like ushers you inside, and with that. After a few moments, you are laying there on the table, and an individual walks in with very like well-defined features, sort of like very angular skin, like angular jawbones and stuff like that. And they look, it's hard to tell. It's very androgynous. It's like back and forth between like this, could be a male, could be female. It's hard to really tell. And they have like short cropped hair, and they just walk up to you and says, "Please lay down. Where does it hurt?" And I'm not going to go ahead and roleplay a whole massage session. You tell her where it hurts, and she goes, and they go to town, like, you know, working out the different kinks and the places where you're in pain. I assume your sack is on your head the whole time, right?
Yeah, that
yeah.
stays on.
The whole time, and they don't even question it. They're used to hearing all types and dealing with all sorts, and so they give you probably the only massage you've ever had, and the best massage you've ever had in your entire life. The rest of you enjoy the warm, relaxing soak. There's only maybe 2 other people that aren't part of your party in the bathhouse at this moment. Both not modest and wearing nothing at all. Just enjoying the quiet and soaking in the atmosphere. So if there's any
Chio has not came out of the changing room. He's just kind of sitting in there like, because he doesn't like, obviously the whole body's just like metal, like puppet kind of looking thing. So he's just sitting there and he's like, "Well, this is awkward."
Can I go and check on Chio? Like, get out of the bath.
I've like changed into the robe, but I'm just kind of like sitting there like.
Are you good?
Yeah. You
Oh, cat. Oh, on you go.
Go ahead.
Are you okay?
Oh, cat boy, it's you. This is, a rather awkward situation for me because, well, do you want to see something weird?
What a thing to ask at the house.
Well, I just sort of look down at my own naked cat body and be like, well, yeah, sure.
All right, prepare yourself, and I jump up on top of like the wee stool that I'm sitting on, and just like hacha, and take everything off. And it's like a Ken body. There's like nothing there.
Also, at this point, you don't have your face covering on anymore, do you?
No, and the mouth isn't moving.
Yeah.
And you've never seen that before. Like,
Right,
so
first
the
time you
words are
realise.
coming out, but there's no movement there.
I just want to like slowly creep forward and like poke you in like the ab or something. Not where weird. I don't know what that would feel like. Is it like metal then? Yeah.
That's like chop chop chop. You can chap on it.
So are you cold?
No, I don't feel heat. I don't feel cold. I just kind of like don't know. I am. Does
Ah.
it creep you out?
Nah, not really. You creep me out anyway. You're weird anyway.
Oh,
But no,
well.
we're gonna deal with that. But just put your right back on.
Just like tie it back
just
up again.
just put it back. It's
So, yeah.
fine. It's nice and steamy in there. Nobody will see you.
Are you sure?
I mean, there's only 2 other people in there. Who's gonna care?
So no one's going to see me.
I'd see you, but they probably won't care.
Okay, a sick man says, go in with your cock out. Or not cock, I don't know. So I take the rope off and just run out. Dive bomb into one of the pools.
The pool's like
Love it.
the pool's like 4 feet deep, so like you quickly like hit the bottom, and it's like it's a loud clang as like metal hits tile floor.
Do I break a tile?
Yeah, you do. It's
I just
just
wanna-
so like no one really sees it, but like you hear the crunch and everyone's like, ooh.
There's
Turn
just
to
like
one
a
of the
tidal
servants
wave.
and be like, "Do we have to pay for that?"
They are like
I get-
shocked. They're like just like eyes wide, not saying anything, just like
I get up and grab Chio and like quickly pull him up out of the water. Like, are you alright?
I wasn't drowning. I was having a nice time. What are you doing? Put me back down.
Alright. Drop.
Wait, I can't. I would sink.
you would. You go straight to the bottom.
Sink.
There is no floating. There is no...
Luckily, I don't think you need to breathe, so.
I'm just like blah 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 blah. Blah. Thank you.
There's no bubbles.
Just leave him under there. Just leave him under there.
Dave is living their best life. Just leave them be.
I'm just looking curiously, like,
Oh.
what is. Never mind. I'm gonna sit back down.
Is the bath sort of like one of those Roman baths where everyone's in the same bath?
Yes, it's like there's like 3 separate pools that you can like sit in, but yes, it's the same kind of idea where it's like a big open space. It's a Roman bath. There's like deep pools to like
Okay.
soak in.
Okay.
They split into male, female, and unisex, or is it just free for all?
It's all free for all. They're all open.
Okay.
It's that kind of
Okay.
establishment.
I would imagine that I'm not in the one that Dave has gone in, and I'm just sat there in the corner trying desperately to be like I'm not with them, but at the same time just howling with laughter.
I'm just into my hair right now. I'm just like, oh my God, it smells
I'm just
so
like, "Hi, Papa. Are you enjoying yourself?"
And for the first time, you also see Verlor like opening up. Like he just becomes like very animated all of a sudden as he's found something he really loves.
He likes baths. Who knew?
I'm not your typical cat. My
How am I
dreamies
gonna
do
get
not
out of the
work.
bath?
It's only 4
You're
I'll
gonna
feet.
need
get
both
you.
me
You
and
can stand
Sack,
up.
man.
You can stand up and walk out. It's really
Oh, is it not that deep? Okay.
no, it's only like 4 feet. You're fine.
Yeah.
So you all enjoy some
real
time
now.
relaxing, feeling refreshed after the battle that occurred only this morning with the Sahaugin. You feel refreshed, relaxed. Sackman, you finish your massage and come out and join the rest of the party in the bath, and you feel probably the best you've ever felt as far as relaxation-wise goes.
Yeah,
This was worth
absolutely.
it.
All right.
Valor, best idea ever.
Yeah, see? The cat, its brain is not that small.
There's just like a hand poking out the water, just like waving over at you.
Are you laying face up or face down?
I'm like cross-legged under the water.
Ah,
I like
okay,
it, I
fine.
like it, yeah.
So your view right now is a bit like not great.
I'm like close my eyes. Well, close
Fair.
my eyes.
Close as much as you can.
You better.
Fucking
It's
hell.
just this.
Face to face with everybody's under half under the water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
right at crotch level. So good. All right. So with that, you all finish up your evening in the bathhouse. You're there for several hours, just enjoying it. It's only a base fee. You can stay as long as you like. So when you feel ready, you are able to get out, and you can all make your way back to the favored shady tankard, unless you'd all like to change your personages anywhere else.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, the
I
chest
mean-
is still there. I mean, it's only a gold, but still.
I mean, I think you guys brought that with you.
Oh, okay.
So, should we
There's
change
other places to
locations
stay.
for security purposes?
Might not be a bad idea actually.
Mm.
Somewhere close to where,
Maybe close to the
The-
gate.
yeah,
Mm.
where she's coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad shout.
Valor, is there an inn closer to the gate?
Well, there's the Velvet Jug in the skew. I'm not sure where that's exactly located on the map, personally.
The
But
skew like wraps around the entire outside on the land side. Like,
is there only one inn in that whole bit, or
there's
is there
more,
only
but that's
one
the
inn in
that
the
you-
list?
There's only one in the list. There's maybe like a couple
Okay.
more, but like that's like the more well-known one. The other ones are like the dive bars that like the locals know of.
Okay. Do we know what gate she's coming in from? Do we know she's coming from the north, the south, the west, the east?
There is a main gate that comes into the city from the land side, and that comes from the Empire. It's almost like a direct road that almost leads right to Nicodranus and then splits off near the entrance to head up the coast. So there's really
Okay.
only one major one. It's the same one that you guys would have come in a day or two ago.
Okay.
Suggestion for the party: should we camp outside the gate?
I was
the
literally
evening.
just about to say that. So
Like an
that
idea.
Because that
As it
way we
might
can
be-
switch everyone out before we get to the gate again.
exactly.
Had a bath and I feel like a pretty princess, and I've just had my hair done.
You can stay at an inn.
Oh, not if no one else is.
Merpo, why don't you go with Bo? You two seem to get
But
on well.
how about I braid your hair so you can it still keeps all silky soft and whatnot, but then you can camp with us and it's not going to get all full of dirt and tangled.
I'll allow it.
Hmm.
So I'm like, yeah, because my hair's quite long as well. I'm like, smell it. And obviously with me, I think my character's like 5'10" or something daft like that.
Mhm.
Oh,
I
I'm
guess
just getting
Quite
like
tall,
We're gonna
so like
hike up the
that's
road a
as
bit,
far as I can go and
and-
just wave my hand in her face.
try to camp somewhat out of sight of the front gates area.
Mm.
Probably a little bit far up the road, so when we are doing the switchy, we're not like being watched by all the guards and everyone going through the gate and stuff.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We should do that then.
Do we have any camping gear?
We all have our packs.
Yeah, your packs are pretty much mostly decked out with camping gear of like bed rolls and stuff like that.
Okay. I think that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah,
And then
sure.
Keep an eye out for the pretty lady.
Yeah, well,
And when she comes.
Perfect. Well, all right. So, you all make your way towards the main gate that's on the land side of Nicodranus. You hike a little ways off the road just to get some distance, and you find a spot near the side. Whoever would like to helm a check for me, a survival check to find a decent spot where you hopefully will be able to stay out of sight, but also be able to see the carriage as it makes its way.
I'm proficient in that if you want me to do it.
Background survival's quite good.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we'll go with
I
Dave's.
was just about to say the same, but I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we'll go with Dave's.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, solid. So, you all are looking around, trying to find spots to like, nestle in and hide. And Chio is just like, "I got this." Walks over,
There.
yeah, finds some spots, like walks onto like a side hill, looks at like the vantage points, and goes, "There, that's the spot we want." And you find this little spot, kind of tucked in the trees, where you're able to set up camp, have a nice little fire, but also be able to have someone on lookout nearby that can watch the road and make sure you guys don't miss the carriage in the morning when it does pass by. So,
Wait.
with that, do you all set up camp and get ready?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
What we'll do is we will go into a sort of like a night cycle. Who would like to start watch first? Because you got to keep an eye on where this cart and when this cart shows up. You're not sure when it'll be, so you'll have to figure out that in case it comes early.
I think I have night vision, so I think it would be best for me. God, excuse me. I think it would be best for me to take like a dark shift, having being a rock gnome. You know, it's not usually quite light.
Okay. Who else would like to?
I'll take the shift with Merpo.
All right. So the two of you will go first. Who wants second shift?
I'll second.
All right. Anyone want to join?
I'll do it.
Gio. There we go. So Gio...
I can. Baggins, can you see in the dark?
No.
Human, no.
Didn't think so. No.
Nope. He's human.
Can now.
Oh.
Oh,
That's right. That is a thing you can do.
What happened? Oh, wow.
I have eyes of the night, so during the deepest gloom, I've got dark vision. But as an action, I can magically share the dark vision with a willing creature you can see within 10 feet of you. So while you're stood next to me through our watch, as long as you're within 10 feet, you now have dark vision.
And I guess
Aw, thank you.
Laura and I will take the last shift.
All right.
indeed. The morning shift.
Yeah. So you all get out. You're out there pretty early, so you spend some time camping and relaxing, and you make a meager meal from yourselves from some food that you're able to gather, some rations or other bits that you'd had. That Sahaugin arm would have been good to grill up right now, but it's on the street somewhere. So you.
That's your guys' fault. I would have brought it.
So you are all getting ready, and our first part of the watch starts. So with that, Merpo and Baggins, again, either one perception check from the both of you, or one perception check at advantage.
I have good perception.
Okay, we'll go with you.
All right, go ahead and roll advantage.
Please don't be crap. I'll take it.
Not bad.
Is my thing wasn't updating. That's why. Weird. All right, there we go. 15. That'll be good. So the couple hours pass, and you are able to keep an eye out and listen between the two of you. The night is quiet. You don't hear anything. There's some noises from animals that might be walking around in the brush. It's very jungly and tropical, and you hear like some like howling in the distance of like sort of like monkeys of some kind, but you don't hear anything come close to camp, and it feels safe. And after 2 hours, nothing happens, and the cart does not appear.
Can I talk to Baggins a moment?
Absolutely.
Zachman, you have a potentially difficult task ahead of you tomorrow, escorting the pretty lady. If you are willing, I can bestow upon you something that may help should you get yourself into a sticky situation. Would this be amenable?
Sure.
I'm gonna do this. Basically, it gives him advantage on initiative, so if he gets in a sticky spot, at least he's gonna get the best of his rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Merpo,
Yes.
would you mind if I took the sack off for a while?
No. If you want to, that's fine. I can look away if you feel uncomfortable.
So he reaches up and pulls back the hood for the that goes over the mask, and he's nervous about it, but he eventually does take it off. And he has a very, very large, noticeable scar that goes all the way through his mouth on the left-hand side of his face and past his eye. He can still see out of it, but it definitely mucks it up looking a little bit. And just kind of looks at Merpo, waiting to see the reaction.
I realise the weight of the situation in the fact that this is going to be bloody hard for him. And I'm trying desperately not to kind of make him feel uncomfortable. But I feel that I see a kind and softness in his eyes. And having grown up in the situation where I did, where I wasn't particularly liked for nothing that I had really much control over, I kind of feel a sort of... I see the inner strength that he has, and so I kind of gently kind of put my hand on his shoulder and just say, "It's really nice to meet you."
He smiles and carries on looking out onto the pathway.
And we just kind of sit there in just comforting sort of quietness. Just quite nice, actually.
And at that moment, I'm giving the two of you inspiration points.
Hey!
That was quite beautiful. So, mark on your character sheet that you have a point of inspiration, for those of you who don't know, and for players who aren't familiar. If you have a point of inspiration, you can spend it to essentially give yourself advantage on any roll at any time. It is something you can spend at any time. You only get one, so when you have it, feel free to use it when you see fit.
Cool.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So the night your watch finishes. You wake up Bo and Chio for their second watch, and their watch begins. So again, for Chio and Bo, perception check, either one at advantage or one from each of you.
On each.
Okay.
Perception.
Choo. Oh God, I am so sorry.
Bo having a moment of, oh, I've really let the team down. Oh, okay. Oh, man.
So,
Oh, dear.
it's now very dark. The sun is long set, and it is now getting to those wee hours in the morning. And the two of you sit and sit and sit. Whether you have a conversation, you can go into that in a moment. But as far as things you see, you don't see anything. It is peaceful. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. Nothing appears to happen. Not that you would have seen it or heard it coming either way. But as far as you know, it was a quiet few hours.
Can I say to Bo, do you have that book that you had out earlier? There was something I wanted to show you. Something pretty cool.
Yep, sure. So I hand over my book to Chio Dave, and just to confirm the name of the book, which I have written down right about here, it is called The History of Deities Before the Calamity.
I've got the book and I'm like, do you see this? This little mark here?
Yeah. Mhm.
It's Thieves' Cant.
These can't
Mm.
what? But what can't they do?
No, not can't. Like, anyway, it is special secret code, like spy shit. And essentially it means there is a secret message written in the book. I could try and see if I could figure it out if you want.
Yeah, do it. And I'm like, start like scooting over, and I'm like, just like, almost like buzzing with excitement, going, "Oh my god!"
And this explains why they rolled so poorly on perception.
Right.
because this is going on.
We're getting distracted.
Oh, it looks like we lost Sarah's camera, but hopefully they'll come back here. All right, cool.
There we go.
And so with the two of you working together to decode it, if I could get a... For this, I'm going to say let's do an intelligence check. I'll say at advantage between the two of you to see if you can decipher what is being written or what the possible code might be. It's going to be very difficult, but we'll see if you can, working together, figure out what it's trying to tell you.
So hold on, see to get an intelligence check, just click on... Is it just INT and that'll give us it?
Yep, if you click on the INT on the left-hand side, it should... do
No,
an
that's
intelligence
not
check.
right.
Nope, on the left-hand side, like on the big list of stats.
Oh, I see it, sorry.
Yeah,
There we go. Ooh,
there we go. So 18.
ooh, smart!
Ooh!
So,
That's some big numbers.
those are
400
big
IQ.
numbers, but not quite big
Don't you
enough.
dare.
Oh,
I'm
no!
sorry. It's a very... You don't have the code. All you have is the thing that it's written in. You don't know how to decipher it. You are able to determine small marks on the page that might clue into where the cipher is supposed to take place, but you don't know how to decode it or how to make it make sense.
Yep.
You can at least identify that much. That role, I'd say you can kind of get the framework of like how it's supposed to come together, but you're still looking at gibberish. It just looks like lines, like words on the page of like the book itself, like just telling its story, but like certain parts you know are more important than others as far as what is part of the cipher or what is part of solving the cipher.
But try. Yeah. So thieves can't. So is that like a language between the thieves?
Yeah, it's basically like a secret language that we share with each other, and to other people it looks like gibberish gibbly-goop, but we understand, and it's basically to pass messages from person to person. Can be pretty handy if you don't want people knowing your business, you know?
But why in this book though? It's just the history of the deities. Like it's just nothing. Why would it be in this one? And why
Maybe
would
the-
that guy who was such a nice guy?
I don't know. Maybe he has a secret he doesn't want people to know, or maybe he got the book from someone else. It's hard to tell, really.
Question. Marble on the front of the on the inside of the book. Does it say like property of Waldorf or anything like that?
The book itself does not have a... It's not signed to him, but it does say like... You see like a stamp on there that might have like small, like... It's like faded a bit, and it looks like it might have been part of like, the... Actually... Ooh, that could be fun. Make a history check for me. To see if you recognize what the symbol is on the inside of the cover.
I don't know whether to be excited or scared when Marble does. Ooh, this could be fun.
You have vaguely heard about it. Like, vaguely heard about it. The symbol is a symbol of Vasselheim, which is a city on another continent that is said to be one of the holiest sites and oldest cities in all of the world of Exandria, having survived the calamity itself, which you only vaguely know of just because it's talked about as like a set of history events. But it seems like this book belongs over there, and this guy has it for some reason.
Okay. Kind of thinking as well. He was from let's have a look. Port de Mali
Correct?
in the
He's
Royal
amazing.
Quarters, yeah. Okay. At some point I do want to go see him, but he's gonna be ages away, so it's not an immediate thing. But okay. So now I know. And I relay this information to Chew as well, as being like, you see this symbol? I read about it in a book. It's Vasselheim city survived the calamity of the continent.
Pretty cool, okay.
Are there any thieves over there, do you know? Or is that... I don't know.
But there are thieves everywhere, you know. You'd never know where we are hiding.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Cool. All right, and your watch comes to a close quietly, and our last watch, Selfless and Vit. So we have Verlor and Valdant, the V's.
All right.
Hmm.
Let's
Um,
roll.
My perception's pretty good. Don't know about yours.
Mine has a 2.
4 on mine, so I'll give it a go.
At advantage, that'll be a 19. Easy enough. You two are able to keep an open watch of what is going on. It's quiet, dead quiet. It's the early morning. You are starting to see the sky horizon starting to get a little bit lighter and easier to see. Even through the trees, you can start to see it. After a few hours, some of the birds in the jungle start to sing and make calls that start to rouse that the world itself is waking up and rising. And over that time, nothing. It is quiet. The carriage doesn't show up. Not yet.
Mm.
It appears it is way too early.
Verlor, care to have a sparring match? Practice a little bit. Stretch?
Yeah, sure. But I beat you.
We'll see.
Sure, okay.
All right. Do you guys want to actually roleplay that out? We can.
I think it would be fun to just try.
All right. You guys using weapons or bare fists?
I'll
I
lose
don't have a
bare
weapon.
fist.
All right.
So,
Because I can't do damage with bare fist. It's a 1d1, isn't it?
It is. It's one. It's one plus your strength modifier.
So it'd be 4 damage total is what
Yeah.
I could do.
Yeah. Well, all right. I guess we're doing this then.
Just try to see what we can do. Just have fun.
Okay, this is exciting now. Would their sparring be enough to wake us up?
Potentially. We'll see how it goes.
depends how passionate we get, I guess.
So
Let-
roll initiative, guys.
Oh. I would say let's stop from anything fatal for sure.
How do I do that
3.
again? Oh yeah, there we go.
No.
12. Yeah, Verlor's going first.
Ooh.
Verlor, if you want to go ahead and roll your attack, what do you want to do?
Ding, ding, ding.
Unarmed strike, because obviously I have nothing else to do.
All right, go ahead. 15. Does that beat your armor class?
No, it does not.
All right.
18.
You swing with a strike, and your fist goes, and it hits his armor and just kind of glances off as he sees the hit coming and kind of bounces to the side. Valdant, it's your go. Unless you want to use up any bonus action for lore.
I can do another unarmed strike, can't I?
Can you at 3rd level? Or you're doing the offhand strike. Yes, you can.
Yeah, the offhand one. Just try again.
Go for it.
I hit that time.
Oh,
Yep.
that hits.
So that'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage with your
Brutal.
claws.
Oh, how do I do that again?
Click on unarmed strike. Look at the actual.
Oh, right, okay. Sorry.
Text there. So 4 slashing damage.
4.
As it cuts across and slashes into you, he catches you just on the side of the neck over your armor and just kind of catches you just barely, slicing a small slit on your side of your throat.
All right, it's my turn then.
Yep. Go ahead and roll an attack. 16. Does that hit you?
It does, yeah.
All right. So go ahead and roll damage. So it's going to be 1 plus 4. So automatically, it's not slashing. You're just using your fist. Actually,
Oh,
that's
I'm
what
just
you
using my fist.
That's what you
Okay.
said. You said you're using your fist.
I said if I used my fist, I was only doing 4 damage.
Are you using your sword?
Yeah, I was gonna use what
Okay,
weapon
okay.
I have to actually hit with.
All right, then you're using your longsword. So yeah, you do 6 slashing damage as Verlor goes in for the strike and it catches him off guard. Verlor comes around with a swing and catches you on the backside and slams you in the back.
Can we hear this now?
I'd say
Ow.
at this point, since he's actually pulling out his sword and stuff and doing this and probably making grunting noises, the rest of you start to hear this and wake up.
What are you doing?
No,
This is
leave him alone.
Friendly
leave him
sparring
alone.
match.
I've got
Practicing.
God.
I've got 10 silver on the cat. 10 silver on the cat.
Oh,
Anyone
I
want
just
in?
crack my knuckles and sort of, stretch out a little bit.
It's your
I'll
go.
take
go
you
for
up
it.
on
What
that.
to do.
Yeah.
I ready my shield, and then have my sword.
Go for another unarmed strike. Oh,
Ooh. Natural one. You going for the claw strike, and just like your hand hits the shield, and like your hand just like kind of opens up, and like the claws like scratch across it, and just open like you're slapping the shield. All right. Do you want to go for another unarmed or for that offhand?
Yeah, we'll go for the offhand strike because otherwise I've got nothing. Oh,
Oh
my
nice.
god. These are good.
Go ahead and roll damage.
1 second. It's telling me syntax error.
Oh, weird.
Oh no.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
That works.
It's fine.
Also,
Quote again.
when you're doing criticals, you double the dice roll. So you rolled a 1, so you get a 2 plus 3, so it's 5. So you're doing 5 damage to him. So again, he goes in for the one strike with his right hand, and as he like does, he kind of like pushes the shield back, knocking you off kilter, and slashes you across the arm with his other hand.
Ah, that's it, Floor.
All right, another
Oh, no.
swing definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Woo!
8. Ooh, it's a hefty swipe. He catches you across the arm, and this time you kind of like punch in with your fist as it hits there, and as it like punches, you kind of bring the sword back down as you connect, and it cuts across like his chest, kind of like leaving a bit of a cut in his chest and in his robes.
Oh, little miss, you're about to lose some silver.
Come on, Kitty, come on!
Okay, bear with me.
Do you want to stop whoever gets to half health first?
Well, you've got me there.
Oh. Or whoever
Uh,
wants to say I give up first.
Yeah, I'm not ready to give up yet.
All right,
All
go
right.
ahead, Relor. It's your turn.
My god, please, none of you die. I don't want hunted again.
Okay, bear with me. I'm just looking at my thingies.
Yeah.
Can I do this on Valden?
Ooh.
Yeah. Yes, you can. You have to hit him first, but yes, you would be able
Okay.
to.
Okay, let's try and hit him then.
All
I
right.
suppose.
24
That
will
hits.
hit.
Make you hit.
Go ahead and do your damage first.
This is getting rough. Oh.
Oh,
7 damage.
yes.
Now you've got the cat angry.
So again,
Monks
like
So I
are
got tail
broken.
flicks and everything.
Relor's picking
So
up what
good.
you're putting down, and he gets a nice chink in your armor and slashes you across the midsection. And with that, you feel like this pulse run through your body as Verlor gains information on your vulnerabilities, damage resistances, immunities, and condition immunities. With that,
Wow.
I don't know if you have any.
I have
Would it not be able...
resistances to like
That's right. You have resistance to
necrotic and radiant.
I can't do any of that anyway, but
When it says like vulnerabilities, would that not go for like chinks in his armor or the weak spots in his armor?
It means more, so like some beings that you fight will have like vulnerabilities to like slashing damage or like fire, where
Oh,
they
right,
take
okay.
extra damage from those things. Veldant does not have any of those currently.
wait a minute. Does that doesn't use a key point, does it?
I don't
That's
think so.
just
I think it just happens.
no. It doesn't say anything about that. Okay, cool. That's fine.
Oh, actually, hold on. When you hit a creature with one of your attacks granted by your flurry of blows, so you do have.
Oh, okay. So I have to use a key point to flurry of blows.
Yeah.
So 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action I also get, which I'll put in chat.
Yes. So you get the flurry of blows. So go ahead and roll
Okay.
2 more
Going for the
attacks.
death. Jesus.
I told you I weren't stopping.
Come on,
Roll
bear with
together
Kitty.
those attacks first.
Bear with me. Bear with me.
Yeah, you're good. So 19, that'll hit, right?
My god.
And a
I'll go
natural
with the
20.
Felix Valden.
All right.
Oh, no.
At this point, I'm just like because how much damage have you done in this? So
Can we just, for theoretical purposes, see how much damage I'd do?
Sure. We'll say you pull your punches, but let's see how much you would have done. So 7 and a 5.
7 and 5.
So 7 would be the
I
rough
would've
one,
been
and
done.
the 5 would have been 2.
You'd have been
4,
dead?
5, 6,
so I
7.
would have got hit 4 times in that round, right?
You would have been hit 3
Yeah.
times in that round.
3 times, yeah.
Okay, so the 7 slashing wasn't something I would have had.
5 was the one you wouldn't have had, I think.
The 5 thereafter. So there's the 7.
Yeah, that
where
was
he
me
strike,
accidentally
and
clicking
then the last 2 that he did.
So
So
it would have been 19 damage, which was everything I had.
Damn.
Kitty
Okay,
wins!
I'm not gonna kill Valden, obviously.
So
I just
I-
wanted to theoretically.
I feel like I'm just getting the shit kicked out of me. Like, you win. Well fought.
I just strike out a hand and like shake his hand and be like, "It was a good fight."
Was a good fight. Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Cop up, cheer. Come on.
How
Where's
much
those
I owe
10
you, little miss? I did say I would put on a bet.
10 silver, 1 gold.
What? Not,
Either
not.
or.
I didn't heard no one. Okay, you can have 1 gold because I like
Thank
you.
you.
There you go.
After this, can I just expend a hit dice to like heal myself a bit,
No.
or
say-
are we just gonna go back to normal health?
No, you guys did this during your short rest.
I was gonna
period,
say,
during
no.
your long rest period, so you don't.
Oh shit.
you don't go back.
Well,
Yeah.
I can actually just heal myself with 15 hit points by using lay on hands 3 times.
The rest of you
Wait,
who all
wait,
slept through
wait.
the night wake up all well rested, back at full health with all your spells back.
Hold. How much health have you lost?
I've lost health of mine. I'm on 14 now, 28.
Valden?
I can
Oh,
do
depending on when I
damage on it.
surrendered, I'm at.
Technically, you're fucking dead in the ditch, but
Oh well, when he started doing flurry of blows, I'm like, I'm done here. After that 7, I was at 12.
I have
So-
3. I have 3 healing potions that I got from my little one shot.
I've got
you can have-
multiple healing things I can do to myself.
So
All right.
But do you want to use them?
it is the start of the next day already.
I was gonna say because you'll
I can use.
them.
I'll take some healing potions.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'll give 1 to each of you, and then I'll keep 1 for me. in
All
case.
right.
All right.
what
I
does a
don't- I
healing
can't-
potion do?
So healing potions are 2d4 plus 2.
Oh, how do I do that?
So just roll 2d4 and roll 20. You can go to the little toolbar on the left-hand side and select the number of dice you want to do.
So
Yeah, 2d4 plus, and you're going to add 2 to those. So 6, 7, 8, and then for lore you have 7, 8, 9.
So up to 23. Well, that's all right.
So with that, the morning has come. So far the car has not showed up yet. If you want, you can take the next hour to spend a short rest and use some hit die if you would like, as the car has not appeared and it is still very early morning.
Convenient.
Convenient. It's like I don't want you to die in this next encounter.
Very thoughtful.
Yeah, I try. So feel free if you'd like to use hit die for the next hour, you can as you wait for the cart. But after about an hour of waiting and relaxing, the cart does start to crest the hill nearby that you were all keeping an eye on, and you are able to make your way out into the road as the cart continues forward.
all right, I also healed myself.
Now, as a reminder, the Marquis knows who you are, but the individuals in the cart do not. So,
He didn't give us any letter of introduction.
Nope. We'll say, you know what? I will say that. I will say he would have given you some sort of letter to introduce that you were folks that were supposed to take care of them, but they don't know you by sight.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
I'll-
we should send a friendlier looking one of us out there.
I'm Valden.
Oh.
He looks official.
I'm a paladin, so I'll just go out there and wave him.
Sounds like a plan.
Sure.
Oi, mind stopping for a minute? We have some official business with the Marquis.
Absolutely. Give me a moment. One moment. We're stopping. And the gentleman running the cart slows the horses as they come to a stop next to you. And he leans over and says, what's the Marquis want?"
He's hired us to guard you and the people you were with. Here's a letter of introduction that he provided us.
Perfect. Give me a moment.
We have some plans.
He grabs the paper and like looks it over and kind of looks at you. He sees the rest of you kind of over in the woods, just a little ways off. He's keeping an eye on it. All right, seal's at least on there. So, you know the cargo, do you?
Yes, we're aware of the cargo.
Right.
And we have plans to make sure that all of you reach your destination safely and securely.
Is there
But-
fear that there's danger up ahead?
We are not sure, but they did hire us to make sure you were protected. So if they're hiring people to protect you, I would assume that there could be something that could happen.
Right, fair enough. What would you like? What do you need?
And I'll wave to the rest of them, since Murpose has our commoner clothes and things like that.
Are we
Okay.
using the disguise kit on them? Was that part of the plan?
Oh, it was
just
just
before we-
dressing them up.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure the ground is made of dirt. You know, you put some water and dirt and it turns into mud. And you just slap a bit of mud on
Merpo,
and...
why are you absolutely obsessed with mud? Were you born in the mud? What is with you and mud? I
Again,
swear.
she's a princess.
Let's ask them what.
She's one.
First-
I am a gnome. I am a rock
Does
gnome.
that automatically mean you
we
love
are-
mud? I
She
don't
is
we
want
are
to eat
surrounded.
mud.
We are surrounded by mud. 2, yes, she's a princess, but I'm sure the princess would rather be a live princess than a
I
dead
think
princess.
she's gonna choose the disguise kit
How about
rather
we ask
than the
princess?
sloppy
Let's
mud
just-
from ground.
Let's just talk to them and we'll see what they decide. Okay?
What's
Fine.
dirt is good for your paws.
And then I'll turn back around and summarize the plan to him. Let him know that I planned on driving the carriage. Chio was going to hide inside with a couple stink bombs. And I'll look over at Bo disappointedly. And let them know that we were going to dress you as commoners and escort you on a side route. So nobody knows who you are. And there's little chance of anybody interacting.
So he looks at you, and his you see now this is like an older gentleman, a very old gentleman, human, who's got like a slight graying beard, and he's got, you know, black clothing on. He looks down and says, "Look, I was given orders, strict orders, that they are not to leave the carriage until we reach the Marquis's home. My life is on the line if they leave that carriage. I understand you're trying to help, but I have my own orders. Is there a way we can keep them in the cart and get them inside the home?"
I mean, we've got orders as well, and our orders kind of coincide with your orders, so really the orders are exactly the same, except our plan's better.
We came up with this idea because we're more worried that the cart may be attacked if we go through the city. We don't know what's going on, but there was a suspicious person watching us recently, and we're hoping that no information got leaked, but we do have our concerns. So this was the safest way we could come up with.
And don't worry, technically the princess will be in the cart because I am going to dress as the princess
With the stink bombs.
with the stink bomb. It's alright, I can't smell. No worries.
My friends
Yeah,
said they
but
could
that's fine.
guarantee your safety. I have Valor, you have Sackman over there, Bo, and our little friend Murpos.
Valdo,
Very little.
since you're essentially heading this conversation, and everyone else is assisting, I'll say go ahead and make a persuasion check at advantage.
Nice.
18. So that just hits the DC. He looks down and says, "If anything happens to her, anything, you know the consequences of what'll happen, right? The ramifications of her going missing or dying. It all will send this part of the continent into turmoil."
We are aware. That's why we are taking this so seriously. That's why we are trying to come up with alternative methods to make sure she's protected.
Thank you, promise.
No one's getting to her unless they get through me first.
It'll be fine. I know the city.
Cross
getting
my
paid a
heart
lot of
and
mo-
hope to die again.
Do you even have a hut?
What?
I forgot to. I like tap my ear and I'm like, maybe I don't know.
Well, like, ding, ding, ding. Sounds pretty hollow
Mark
to
my
me.
word, the princess will get there safely. Not a scratch on her.
He nods and says, "All right, you're having your moment." He hops down off the carriage. We're gonna get this started now before we get to the gate.
Yes.
Okay.
We want to make sure that the carriage gets through the gate first. That way nobody knows anything about you guys going through.
All right. So he hops down off the cart and knocks on the door. And says, "Princess, there's been a change of plans. Get ready. We're gonna be traveling. Sounds like you'll be on foot. We'll be on foot. Get what you need and get ready. Take only what you can carry on your own." And as he does, he opens the door, and you see an individual step out. A woman in more it's not bad clothing by any means. It's very nice. It's fine cloth and it's fine textures that are meant to show a station of blacks and whites. This is someone who washes after and takes care for the princess. She steps out and says, "All right, I'll get her ready. Give us 2 minutes." And she pops back inside, starts getting them ready. After about 2 minutes, they both step out, and now you see the first look of the princess. Sort of, it would be black, but it's almost like this. It has sort of a violet sheen to her hair as she steps out of the wagon itself, or the carriage itself. She's wearing a fine dress, but it is meant for traveling, so it is cinched it's tighter to her proportions. She doesn't have flowy frills coming off her wrists. She doesn't have a trailing gown behind her, but it's a formed and functional sort of dress that she is wearing as she steps out and says, "Right, so I've been informed that you're escorting us, right?"
Want a
Yep.
curtsy, because that's polite. I don't know how to do it, so it's sort of more of just awkward bending knees and whatnot.
Up into the mud. That's not very polite.
Hey, I like mud. I'm just trying to. I realise that there's probably some pomp and circumstance I'm not aware of, and I'm at least trying to show a bit of respect before I then convince her that mud is the best option.
We'll have this conversation soon.
Right,
It's
so
coming.
I'll
I just
put
feel
on
like a
my
little
helmet and cover up with my cloak, so I'm less visible in what I'm wearing. And notion for Chio to get into the carriage.
All right.
That's a point. Chio, do you want me stinky bums?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll make sure not to drop them.
So remember, there's 2 of them.
Please.
The boat's got a little rock in it to help. Because the idea is you throw them and then the glass shatters. So I don't know if you want to maybe attach rope to the carriage door so that if someone opens it, it cuts. Or if you just want to go throw it in people's faces, just do what you want to do.
Just recommend
Think
throwing it
that's
at them
You're
outside
really
of the carriage
trusting
if
him
possible.
with them.
Do you mean really trusting him? I'm the most trustworthy one here. No,
Yeah.
Sneaky
No.
rogue.
no treats for you, big cat.
I don't need your
The most
treats.
trusting here, Dave.
And I'll just take it out of my,
Listen, you need to know basis.
All right, and I
I'll look
assume
at
the commoner close to the princess and the commoner in the wagon.
Yeah.
All right. So they all start getting dressed, putting on the more common clothes that are kind of covering their features and hiding many discernible notions of what they might look like. And they all are ready to go whenever you guys are.
I'm in the carriage putting on her dress and I'm like, Princess Chio, Princess Chio, Princess Chio.
You have a fashion show as well once you're
And
on
I'll
the trip. I want to see what you
start
look like.
heading toward the gate in the carriage.
All right. So Chio and Valdant start to make their way headed towards the gate as if no delay had occurred and are making their way forward. The rest of the party, you hang back for about 10 minutes and then start to make your approach towards the city as well. And with that, moving into the final escort, we will end tonight's session.
Oh, what a cliffhanger!
Oh no!
How could you?
We got it. It's 4 o'clock, man. It's been 4 hours, so we're gonna call it here, and I say that's a pretty good place to leave it off, as we get to the interesting events that might occur. So
Definitely
with
gonna be
that-
something.
Yeah. Man, you guys, I love how creative players can be, man,
This just means Marbles get more time to think of ways to screw this plan up.
and make new battle maps. Don't mind me. It's
Mhm.
fine.
He's like, oh, it's
Bob-
gone so well this session. Let's end it right now.
You should know, but you should know by Marvel knows us well enough to know by now that whatever is the most obvious option to never plan for, because we will never
Yeah.
do the most
No.
obvious option.
Never.
Princess
I have stuff
Geo.
like
Not when one of us
Princess
watches
Geo.
plot.
I always have stuff laid out for you guys, and no one, then players never follow what you want. It's just how it goes, man. It's a play to the DM. So thank you guys. Great session tonight. I love it. This was our little mini shopping episode before we go into some fun quest going and stuff like that. So, thank you guys. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Great fun.
Final farewells.
Great fun.
Do we have a next session planned out, right? Don't we? Do we want to announce that?
Do we?
I think so.
Do
I think I put it in my calendar already.
I think I did too. I'm gonna double check.
Don't ask me. I forgot about this one.
You did forget about this one.
Scheduled
yeah,
in
you-
another stream. Like, yeah, 2 streams. It'll be fine.
Well, for whatever reason, it's been stretched across 2 days on here, which I doubt is the case. So, assuming it's the Sunday, as always,
It's October
then
2nd.
it's 2nd of October.
Yep, that's it. So,
Nice.
Yep.
October 2nd will be our next stream.
Nice.
We will see you all there. It's a busy month in September for me, at least. I don't know about everyone else, but I have a lot going on, a lot of family stuff, so I can't really DM for the next couple of weeks. But the 2nd of October, we will be back with another stream, picking up right here where we left off. So I'll hopefully have more promotional material. I'm all moved in. I'm all set up. I can do my thing, so we're all good to go. Things will resume like normal. Final thank yous. Anyone else who popped in, JM Piper, thank you for popping in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome into the Marble Bag. And yeah, I guess follow socials. If you want to support the stream, you can sub if you want, but if you want to support directly and give back to the community, supporting me on Coffee would be great. I know that link was posted a little while ago. It's where we're raising some money for a bunch of emotes for the channel. I want to just kind of give a new look to everything since I took it in a new direction, and want to have stuff that you guys enjoy as well. There's a Discord, hop into that as well, so you can stay up to date on what's going on, hang out with us, help us choose emote designs, fun stuff like that. And we also talk about D&D a lot, so hopefully see you all there. Also, check out all of our players if you can. They are, I got that one as well. These are all the people playing here. Selfless, I fixed your tag, so you're all set.
Thank you.
I got it. So
Imagine removing your underscore.
yeah, imagine
for
removing
shame.
the underscore. So I got everyone fixed up. So feel free to check out all of our players if you want to see them. They're all fantastic streamers, all part of Team Widers. I love them very much. They're fantastic humans. So yeah, be there. I think with that, I think we're all set. So everyone, have a good night. We'll see you next time. I'll try and stream more, so if I see you before the 2nd, that'll be great. Anyway, have a good night, everyone.
Night.
Bye.
Night.
Good night.